We ready? I'm ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Krista. And welcome to the September 15th, 2022 DCYF Oversight Board meeting. And I'll officially call the meeting to order at this time. And thank you everyone for being here and we just had a meeting like 2 weeks ago, and I thank you for coming back so quickly to do another meeting. I appreciate that. I'm the guy who wants to push these meetings out, not have quite so many, but we've been having quite a few here lately. So thank you for being here. Krista, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Board members, when you hear me call your name, please unmute and let me know you are present. Byron?
Present.
Oh, thank you, Katie. Justice Bobby Bridge?
Present.
Thank you. Ben DeHaan?
Present.
Thank you. Co-chair Representative Dent?
Here.
Thank you. Sydney Forrester?
Recording in progress.
That's not working.
Take a pause for just a second while we.
I did it live. I did it last time and I was able to keep up a little better, but
Okay.
I'll do it this time. My apologies.
No worries. Sydney Forrester?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Sydney. Lonnie Greniger?
Morning, everyone. I'm here.
Morning. Ruth Kagi? Annie Lee?
I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
Morning. Dr. Diane Levy?
Here.
Good morning. Charles Loeffler?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Lois Martin?
Good morning, all.
Co-chair Shonda Slivanoff?
Here.
Good morning, Shonda. Representative Sen?
Here.
Morning. Senator Judy Warnick?
I'm here.
Good morning. Senator Claire Wilson?
Good morning.
Good morning. And for board members, Assistant AG Kristen Lamson is currently in the room. So we do have quorum.
Thank you, Krista. Would you read the minutes of our previous meeting?
Yes. The DCYF Oversight Board's last meeting was on Thursday, September 1st, 2022. The first agenda item, the Office of Family and Children Ombuds presented their 2022 critical incident report. Patrick Dow, the director of the Family Ombuds Office, presented. Patrick gave an overview of OFCO's 2022 critical incident report. This report describes child critical incidents related to child maltreatment occurring between January 1st, 2019 through December 31st, 2021. The presentation reviewed the number of fatality cases that occurred when families had an open DCYF case at the time of the fatality, as well as those that occurred when a DCYF case was closed within 12 months prior to the fatality incident. The highest number of child fatalities happen with young children, ages 1 year or younger, who are considered to be at the highest risk. Patrick also reviewed the occurrence of youth suicide among child critical incident reports, acknowledging that youth suicides or attempts do not generally receive a DCYF executive child fatality review due to the legislatively defined criteria for fatality reviews or near fatality reviews, respectively. OFCO's report contains 124 recommendations to DCYF developed as a result of the child fatality and near fatality reviews. The report also includes DCYF's response and the implementation status of these recommendations. OFCO recommendations focused on topics including suicide prevention, diabetes management, practice consultation regarding substance use disorder, DCYF staff support when critical incidents occur, collaboration efforts with cultural groups, collaboration with the court system, and other recommendations regarding policies and procedures that determine when a near fatality occurs and is eligible for review, particularly in regards to cases with life-saving measures such as CPR or the use of Narcan. After Patrick's presentation, the board asked about further observations on patterns regarding fatalities and near fatalities. Patrick acknowledged that there are no clear distinctions in cases when a fatality or near fatality occurs versus other DCYF cases, and stated that all cases are unique. The board inquired about further efforts to address the concerns regarding youth suicides and suicide attempts. Patrick re-emphasized OFCO's recommendation that DCYF improve suicide prevention and screening efforts for when youth enter care during their time in care, as well as expanding the definition of mandated fatality and near fatality reviews to include suicide events. The board then held a public comment period, and those that contributed are summarized in the minutes. The board also received 3 submitted written public comments that are also summarized in the minutes. The second agenda item included the board's opportunity to ask questions of Secretary Ross Hunter regarding OFCO's 2022 Critical Incident Report. The board hosted this discussion regarding topics raised during OFCO's presentation. During this discussion, Secretary Hunter explained how and why he developed a more formal process for responding to OFCO's recommendations, as well as the factors that play a role in deciding to adopt a particular recommendation. Questions were posed to Secretary Hunter regarding upcoming policy changes and how they interplay with recommendations made by OFCO and other entities, to which Secretary Hunter explained a larger implementation strategy, taking into account several recommendations while balancing the practicalities of training the agency's entire staff of caseworkers. In response to further questions regarding safety and prevention efforts, Secretary Hunter described the steps of a safety check and the agency's safety framework, along with the utilization of the Child Health and Education Tracking or CHET screening, and the Global Assessment of Individual Needs Short Screener or GAIN-SS tool to identify youth needs when entering into care. In addition to the questions posed during this time, Secretary Hunter also presented data on a number of topics he stated were central to DCYF's leadership, strategic planning to improve service and outcomes to families and youth, as well as to respond to previous inquiries made by the board at past meetings. These topics with corresponding data included the balance of safely reducing the number of children in out-of-home care while maintaining a low reentry into care rate, the observed relationship between length of stay and out-of-home care with increasing kinship placement rates, placement stability metrics disaggregated by race, and data on the success of substance abuse pregnancy pilot as one program identified as improving child abuse and neglect prevention efforts. Additional questions are posed about the impact of workforce recruitment and retention challenges on child and family outcomes. Secretary Hunter will present on DCYF workforce strategies at the next DCYF Oversight Board meeting, which is scheduled for September 15th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And the meeting concluded at 2:01 p.m.
Thank you, Krista. Do we have any additions, corrections to the minutes that Krista just reviewed? If not, we'll allow the minutes to stand as read. I'd like to introduce my co-chair, Sharonda, would like to say a few words. Sharonda?
Thank you very much, Representative Dent, and thank you, Krista, for reading the minutes. I just wanted to say welcome to everyone. Wanted to also say welcome to those that are joining the meeting and willing to provide us with some insight. So thank you, Allison and Jacob, and I believe Secretary Hunter is going to be here. And also just wanted to say welcome to the public and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Sharonda. I'm sorry, I missed your latest text there. So, well, we have a kind of a full agenda today, so we'll get right into it. We're going to begin with Allison Krutzinger from the Department of Children, Youth and Families. The 2020 legislative session will kick off in January, the second Monday of January every year. And our agencies have been working for months to develop agency request legislation, as well as other packages. And we are joined this morning remotely, unfortunately, by Allison Krutzinger, DCYF's Director of Government Affairs and Community Engagement, to share with the board and the public DCYF's request legislation and budget ask for the upcoming session. So welcome, Allison. And I would like to say that I visit with Allison on a regular basis and I enjoy working with her. She's always been very very engaging and works hard to give me complete answers, and works for all of us actually in the legislature and the state. And but for the board, she has to leave promptly at 10:45. So if we don't get to the questions, if we don't get to answer all your questions, please forward them to this, and we'll be sure that she has them, and we'll send you answers. So, Allison.
Hey, thanks so much, Representative Dent. That was a delightful introduction. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I regret I cannot be there in person. I'm actually on the first day of my vacation today for a long weekend, as one of my childhood best friends is getting married. And so I'm halfway south to where the wedding is. So apologies that I'm not in Olympia today, but excited to be with you all virtually. I have about 34 minutes to go over our agency request legislation and decision package items that we will be submitting to the governor's office today and next week for consideration for his build for the 23-25 biennial session. Spoiler alert, we have a lot of asks that have a lot of detail, and there is no way I can get through them all in 30 minutes. So my plan today is sort of to do a high-level overview and then link you all to the webinar and share that information. And then we'll certainly send to Krista and staff the links to all the decision packages when public. They should be public. They'll be public late next week, and we have our webinars next week. And so I am happy to take questions on them as we go today, but thought I'd do a little bit about process, a little bit about our timeline, and then sort of focus in on the guiding principles, what we're hoping to achieve through our asks this legislative session, and then provide an overview of the long list of policy level and a couple maintenance level asks I want to highlight. And then, like I said, happy to answer questions. We have a robust list of 20 plus, 15 plus decision packages, and many of them have multiple and many elements. And so it is really hard to go through them quickly and clearly. And so hope folks understand that. But again, happy to answer questions as we go. I see my slides on the screen, so thank you. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. I thought I would ground us in the DCYF process and timeline. There's a lot of words and information on this slide, and I'm on one screen today, so it looks really small, but I hope y'all can see it. My hope here is really just to show sort of the timeline and the journey that DCYF has been on as we work to prepare our legislative requests for the next biennial session. So you'll see, and then sort of walk through what to expect now, right? So we're an executive branch agency. We submit our requests to the governor's office, and there's some processes that come along with that. So you'll see that we launched our process for the 23-25 biennium December 6th of last year. So we have been at this for nine-ish months, if you will, and frankly before that, as ideas were being generated and work was being percolated. Preparing agency request legislation and decision packages is no small feat. It is a big undertaking, and we started really almost a year ago to really allow time for a couple of things: formation and curation of ideas that are well thought out, and really importantly to us as an agency, are well stakeholdered. We spend a lot of energy investing in stakeholder conversations throughout the build of these decision packages, really, so we make sure that we are aware of pitfalls, can make changes as we go. So that's just a really important part of our process and why we like to begin our process really early. So we'll actually be launching our process for the supplemental budget here in the next couple of months. No rest for the weary in state government land, I can tell you that. So we launched our process there. Let's see where we're at. So we have been working, the government affairs team, fiscal team, along with program staff across the agency on refinement of problem statements, ideas. What are we trying to solve for? What are our solutions? Really doing that work November, December with a variety of interjections of sort of updates, concept papers, and then sort of first draft of ideas. Really moving to sort of flushing things out May and June post-session, while simultaneously implementing everything that passed last session. And then beginning to sort of stakeholder and sort of deepen the stakeholder engagement on concepts and ideas that we're thinking about. And we are I can say we are at the place of final T crossing and final I dotting. Agency request legislation gets submitted, uploaded and submitted today. Decision packages get uploaded and submitted early next week. And I'm feeling really confident that we've crossed our T's and dotted our I's and are submitting a pretty robust set of asks in advance of the next legislative session. Just to manage expectations for those, many of you on the board understand and have been involved in this process, but for those listening, what happens next is, as a state agency, we submit our decision packages and agency request legislation to the governor's office and the Office of Financial Management for their consideration as they build and work on the governor's budget build and the governor's priorities. And so we'll be working with the Office of Financial Management and the governor's policy office on making sure they have all the relevant information about our asks, asking technical questions. They'll be asking other questions that we'll be providing answers to, and working alongside them as they build out the governor's budget for the next biennium. The governor's budget typically comes out in mid to late December, and once that budget is released, then really that sets DCYF sort of marching orders as we head into the legislative session, where we prioritize our energy, things in the governor's budget, get our attention and our focus as we sort of move into the legislative process. That being said, all of our decision packages go public. All agency land decision packages go public next week. So the public will have full information, cost models, details, assumptions, narratives next week as we sort of move through the next phase of the process. I'm happy to take questions as we go. Are there questions on timeline or process before I move sort of into our guiding principles and the list? Feel free to jump in if there are questions. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. So I thought it would be helpful to guide, to ground us all in what were our guiding principles and continue to be our guiding principles for development. These were specific to the 23-25 biennial budget and this coming session, but likely look familiar to previous years and likely will be iterated on as we sort of move into future years. The first is really prioritizing programs, services, work that's going to reduce racial and ethnic disparities and outcomes across DCYF systems of care and DCYF work. Our number one strategic priority, as you all are very familiar with, is eliminating, reducing disparities and really focused on racial equity and social justice work. This is the guiding principle for the agency. It's a guiding cornerstone of our work. And so it's very important that any package and proposal we're submitting forward, we can clearly articulate how and why it is helping us move in that direction of reducing disparities and eliminating racism, racism that may exist or does exist, frankly, in the systems of care we run. So we articulate that in our decision packages. It is a question that is asked, and so that is a cornerstone, a key principle for our work. We also have a focus on prioritizing resource on core responsibilities outlined in DCYF's vision, our mission, our strategic plan, our founding legislation. We have clear direction, and we have clear direction in our founding legislation. We have clear vision in our strategic plan. And so really we are now at this place. I like to talk about us in sort of the toddler phase. We're past perhaps the waddler phase and moving into our preschool years as an agency. A little bit hamstrung by a couple years dealing with a pandemic, as we all were, but we're really at that phase to say, okay, we're growing up, and what is the next iteration of our work? What is the next evolution of our responsibility given our charge in legislation? And so really focused on that. You'll see some packages this year that really sort of start to teeter in some of those spaces that we were directed to sort of lean into that we maybe haven't done quite yet, or taking sort of further steps in those spaces. And focused on those things that directly relate to our 6 strategic priorities as well. And the next bullet really calls out a critical strategic priority there. We really have a focus on prevention services and intervention services that are really going to help prevent families, children, youth, and families staying safe in their community and not penetrating deeper into systems of care, into DCYF systems of care, right? That's largely why we were created. And so really, how are we thinking about integration of our services? What is our responsibility in prevention and going upstream and our focus there? You'll see that reflected in some of our decision packages this year, more so than in years past. I'm really excited about that So many of us came to work at DCYF and are really excited about the sort of pivot to that prevention space and really focused on sort of strength of family, strength of community to support families. And to some degree, drawing attention to other systems that have a responsibility to support families. We also have a priority around programs and policies that have demonstrated effectiveness in improving outcomes through evidence-based or promising practice. So this is not exclusive to evidence-based, but how are we also focused in on programs and supports, strengthening those, making tweaks to those, expanding those programs that are yielding results in communities. And this is a biennial session. I've read the economic forecast. Revenues are good in this state. This is a time to be bold, to think big, and to think with innovation in mind. And so you'll see that as I sort of talk through some of the highlights of our decision packages. So if we want to go to the next slide, my objective here was to not overwhelm you, and this slide feels very overwhelming, and it's only the titles of the decision packages. All of these decision packages have a lot of narrative, a lot of elements, and a price tag that comes with them. My hope was just to give a sense of scope and scale today of what we're asking for, sort of in totality. I'll highlight a couple here. And then also we'll have further detail through the webinars next week and post it on our website, and happy to come back or happy to answer specific questions as you all, as the Oversight Board and frankly the public is able to sort of dig into the nuts and bolts of each decision package. If you want a detailed briefing of each decision package, we'll need to schedule lots of hours together. I'll just flag that. So, but they'll all be public and you'll be able to read them, and we're happy to sort of respond to questions as you have them. This really represents the totality of the policy level and a few maintenance level decision packages that I want to highlight because they're connected to sort of ongoing work that we'll be submitting. These are, and there's a lot of them. I will say this is probably the largest set of packages that I've seen in my tenure at DCYF. I think that speaks to a couple things. I think that speaks to the fact we are settling into who we are and what we are responsible to do. And with that comes asks of the legislature to sort of lean in and join the ride with us. And that's going to require investment. If we really want to transform how systems work for families, and we really want to transform how our systems have worked for families, it's going to require investment, and it's going to require appropriation of current investment differently. And that's what a lot of these packages are going to contemplate. And a lot of the asks are going to be about this year. So this sort of, highlights sort of the big buckets here and what we'll be asking for. I'm going to focus in on a couple just in the interest of time, but I'm also happy to take questions. So the first one I'll focus in on is the first one on the list, actually. This is the Caregiver Supports Decision Package. You have heard presentations from Jenny Hedden, myself, Nikki Ybarra, others, Steve Grilly, on the hotel stays, ongoing challenges around placement stability, and overall sort of the work we were doing to understand the continuum of supports, the rates in foster care. This package is sort of a culmination of a lot of that work and a long time of a lot of thinking with RDA inside DSHS to say, what do we know about our population of children who are in out-of-home care? And what do we know now so we can fix and do better to better support the caregivers that they're with should children need to be placed in out-of-home care. And so this package is really about supports for stability of placement, supports for caregivers. It does a variety of things, as most of our packages do this year. One core thing is really reinvigorating, if you will, the rate structure. We have a pretty inequitable and disproportionate way we pay foster care rates right now. We see higher rates paid to stranger foster care and foster parents who don't have a connection to the young person or child that's placed with them. We see more services that exist for licensed foster homes, largely stranger care licensed foster homes. And we see less supports when we look at the data and less resources going to relatives, going to kin placements. So this package is really about fixing that system. It's really about saying, what do we know about young people coming into care through data that we have and through conversation with them and their family? And how do we best support that caregiver in creating stability for that young person? At DCYF, and I think Secretary Hunter touched on this a little bit when he was here last, DCYF is really undertaking some work around a kin-first approach to the work when children do have to be placed in out-of-home care. How are we supporting them in being with kin, being with relatives? And then how are we supporting that relative to ensure that stability? So that's what this package is all about. It's redoing our rate structure, our rate payment structure, as well as building out services that will exist across all placements, not just limited to those licensed placements, across all placements. We're really excited about this. This is really innovative. It really touches on our first guiding principle about we know disparities exist and we need to fix it. And this is a package that really is going to do that. And so we're really excited about that. The second one on the list is a response to the DS settlement that we have entered into with the plaintiffs who brought the DS suit. And so you'll see a number of elements that work to focus on the population, the class of young people that were identified in DS, expansion of the adolescent transition housing program, hub homes, some focus on professional therapeutic foster care. So you see a variety of elements there in that decision package that are focused on DS. I want to focus a little bit on our early learning space. The legislature has made tremendous progress in investments in childcare, in preschool, in early learning in general. And we believe there's still more work to do. So you'll see a couple of asks here: ECAP expansion and working connections rate increases. We are submitting these as maintenance level because they are required in law somewhere to do. These expand ECAP slots, increase ECAP rates, and then the working connections one is the rate increase to the 85th percentile of the most recent market rate survey. We also have two packages that continue to focus on how do we make childcare work better for families? So looking at eligibility barriers that exist in our system, and how do we continue to support providers in expanding access? So thinking about some of the billing realities, contemplating adoption of enrollment-based pay, continuing to expand resources funded in the equity grants and the complex need grants. There are a couple dozen elements in those decision packages. And so, but really focused on continuing the good work, continuing to build on the foundation that has been done for childcare providers, recognizing we still have work to do as our providers are still struggling with workforce realities and with the realities of the pandemic. I also want to highlight our prevention package. So for the first time, DCYF will have a package that sort of is focused on preventative services. This will contemplate home visiting expansion, voluntary home visiting expansion, and rates. It will also ask for resources around SUD treatment for pregnant and parenting individuals. This is an area where DCYF is a partner. We are not the SUD treatment provider in the state, nor do we want to be. This CP does not make us that, but it does ask for resources that are focused on PPI expansion, PPI beds. We have pretty stark data about the number of infants, especially who are removed from care and require out-of-home placement for parents who are struggling with substance use. And we know there is not enough treatment space to serve them, especially families who are on Medicaid. I actually was just on a call right before this with one of the largest treatment providers here in Clark County, where I am today, and you know, really reinforce the need for continued focus on expansion of treatment services for families. And so that's really what a big part of this component of this package is, growing those treatment. We see SUD treatment for pregnant and parenting individuals a key strategy in prevention and really achieving the outcome of keeping children safe in their home, in their community, and preventing the sort of penetration deeper into the DCYF system. You will also see expansion sort of jumping down the list here. You'll see sort of the next iteration in a capital ask related to community facilities and least restrictive environments for young people in JR. So we're looking at continuing to cite more community facilities, as well as make some modifications on some of our institutional campuses to really create community opportunities for young people who may benefit from being closer to the institution for some of that wraparound behavioral health care that exists there, that comes with the institution, but are also ready to sort of practice and be in the community and focus on their reentry planning. It's a capital decision package, but pretty exciting, and you'll see it there in there. We have a placeholder DP on the 1295 recommendation. So this is the institutional ed task force that has been meeting for a couple of years. We will have a placeholder DP as that report is final, but DCYF absolutely has a responsibility in partnership with OSPI and school districts to ensure that young people in our institutions have access to high quality education that can meet their needs. And so anticipate some asks there, and DCYF being really involved in carrying that conversation forward, despite the fact we're certainly not the lead agency, but certainly have a partnership there. The last two items on the list I'll highlight, background check and licensing fee waiving and RGAP are pieces of agency request legislation. We have two bills this year that we're submitting to the governor's office for agency request legislation. The first contemplates background check fees and licensing fees. These were waived in the pandemic for childcare providers. We'd like to make those permanent. We would like to continue waiving background check fees and continue waiving the licensing fees, as well as expand waiving of the background check fee to group care staff and other providers who currently have to pay for those background checks but are serving populations across the DCYF continuum and working in our system of care. So that is a bill that will require a law change to waive those fees permanently, and certainly has a cost that accompanies it in the decision package. And then the last one I'll talk about is our RGAP expansion. So currently we have RGAP, which is a subsidy for guardianship placement authorized in statute, but families have to be 4E eligible at time of placement. 4E eligible, 4E is the federal funding for child welfare. We are seeing less and less families qualify for 4E funding and 4E eligibility because the threshold is tethered to a very antiquated and outdated 1996, I think is the year, sort of income threshold. And so this bill is really asking for a state-funded RGAP, which means that families who weren't 4E eligible at the time of placement would be eligible for an RGAP subsidy, which continues sort of the financial support for a guardianship to exist. Number of pieces of legislation in the last couple of years that have passed that contemplate guardianship. We are shifting our practice that really is going to elevate and focus on guardianship. But what that means is we need to make sure that financial resource is there to support that placement that doesn't require adoption, because adoption requires termination of parental rights, and that is not an ideal situation for families and for children. And so this is really about how do we make sure we have a state-funded RGAP so that that financial support can continue. We, the department, can dismiss the dependency and move on because that young person is safe and stable with their guardian and their guardianship placement, but that subsidy would exist for them. So that's what that bill is. We need authorizing language to do that, and then certainly some resources to do that as well. So those are a couple of the decision packages that I highlighted and walked through. I don't have the numbers memorized, but there are a lot of things on this screen, and they're going to cost a lot of money, and they're going to require a lot of investment. And they're going to require a lot of investment because it's the right thing to do based on sort of our guiding principles and where we're at as an agency. So I'm going to stop there and pause and see what questions you all have about these decision packages or other policy priorities that may have come up.
I see Lois has a question. Lois Martin.
Hey, good morning, Allison. So first,
Good morning.
I just have, good morning. So two quick questions. The first being, if I can get to my notes here. I want to find out if you have a breakdown, I know you may not have it today, of the investment asked by agency within DCYF. And then I'm curious, you had mentioned as one of the guiding factors, big, bold, innovative ideas. And I'm just wondering where those come from, do you guys have a think tank? How are you coming together to form those? So those are my two questions.
Yeah, when you say by agency in DCYF, Lois, do you mean sort of by funding bucket? Like we have an early learning focused budget, we have a child welfare budget.
Yes. I didn't mean agency, I meant department. So yes, by child welfare,
yeah, that makes
by
sense.
early learning, yes, by department. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, no, I'm glad I understood. Great question. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it is certainly something we hope to have updated in advance of next Friday's external webinar to show both the historic investments across the buckets in DCYF, as well as sort of where these decision packages will land. I could give some hypothesis based on what I know is in them, but I don't want to misspeak. So great question. I don't have it today, but we can certainly follow up and get that once all the sort of T's are crossed, I's are dotted, and all the 2+2s are finalized. And then your second question was around, how are big and bold and innovative ideas sort of drummed up or generated inside DCYF? A variety of ways. Sometimes it is staff who have an innovative idea that they bring forward through through the process to submit proposals for consideration. Sometimes it's a problem that we recognize that is happening, or data that we're looking at, and then we sort of force a conversation around innovation there. I think 1295 is a great example of this. This is a problem that was highlighted, education access and high school diploma graduation attainment for young people in JR. Data was highlighted a number of years ago and really drove us to, in partnership with OSPI and the legislature, to think really innovatively about that. So that's been an ongoing process for the last couple of years with OSPI, external stakeholders, but will be pretty innovative. We'll have a piece of that, as will OSPI's decision package process. There's a variety of ways things come up that are bold and innovative. Those are a couple examples that come to mind as we think about this. I was sort of looking through the other elements. But those are a couple ways that things come to fruition. Stakeholders will sometimes have ideas that come up through conversation that sort of get fleshed out. Lawmakers, others will have ideas that we implement. I would say one was the nature-based outdoor early learning was a pretty bold and innovative idea that was a pilot for a number of years and then was codified a couple of years ago. So a variety of ways that sort of bold, innovative ideas. We don't have a formal sort of think tank that exists and sort of sits in a room and says, how do we be bold and innovative? There's sort of lots of different inputs.
All right, thank you, Allison. Definitely something to talk up a little bit more. So appreciate that.
Yeah, I do. I'll just add one more thing and then I see a couple other hands. I do wonder too, as our pair team is coming together, formalizing their equity-focused team that's made up of internal and external stakeholders, is that a place where some of that conversation could happen? Is sort of a wonder I have, is that as we move forward in implementation of that as well, in addition to other spaces.
Thank you. Katie, you have a question?
Thank you, Representative Dent. Good morning, Allison. I had a question about our move as a state to recognizing that guardianship may be a more appropriate option for children in some cases than adoption. Do you know in the RGAP expansion if there will be funding available for a foster parent who is not related to the child but is willing to pursue guardianship to receive some sort of stipend or payment equivalent to adoption support? Because we know it costs money to raise children, and we also recognize the benefits of guardianship. But is that in there, or is the only pathway adoption still?
I will ask Katie. I don't know off the top of my head, and I don't want to misspeak. I read the bill a couple of weeks ago, and but certainly we'll follow up. Julie Watts on my team will know, and so I will text her and then follow up with Krista and get that answer to you. How that, I can't remember what the language says as far as sort of who the guardians eligible are, and I don't want to misspeak. So let me follow up.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you. Dr. Levy?
Hi, Allison. Thank you. I have a question and then a brief comment, which is, the question is, on procedural, you have this huge kind of list of basic requests. And I wonder, as an agency, do you go through and kind of prioritize that for the governor's staff as they kind of look through this, or so that you kind of have a knowledge of which ones are kind of getting highest priority for the organization? So that's my question. My comment is for Kristen. I think it would be really helpful to have an acronym directory for at least me on some of these presentations.
Oh,
so if that would be possible, that'd be awesome.
I'm so sorry, Debbie. That's my fault. It was acronyms were an effort to reduce text on the slide here, and you're. It's a great question. Before we send this over to Krista to send out, we will type out what all these things mean, so there are no acronyms on the slide deck. Thank you for flagging that. I appreciate it. We won't type out the acronym of DS because that is a case, case day, but everything else will get typed out. Great question, or great comment. And to your question around prioritization. So we've been asked this question a lot, and we are really good, especially in the human services sector, of going to scarcity mindset really fast. And so what I'm going to say is, this is not about a limited finite pie. This is about pressure and engagement with the governor's office and the legislature to make sure the pie is robust enough and children and families across the state have what they need. That is my approach to my job as I carry this forward to the governor's office and to the legislature. And we are required to submit a priority list to OFM as we do that. We have not finalized that yet, and in fact had a pretty robust conversation, Secretary Hunter and I and some others a couple weeks ago, about how do you even prioritize this list, right? We could take the approach of, well, we have to do it, so it should be highest priority, like DS or some of the technology components. We also could take an approach of, we have a moral obligation to do the right thing, and my moral obligation says X, Y, and Z should be prioritized, and then sort of depending on who you are in DCYF, you may have a different list. I will say, so the prioritization is really challenging, and we are required to sort of submit a rank and file list. We will do that. It does not shift my energy, our energy, Secretary Hunter's energy around elevating and continuing to case make with the governor's office and OFM the necessity of all these investments. And frankly, some investments that other agencies are putting forward that are going to help continue to meet the needs of kids in our of children and families in our care as well. So the prioritization question comes up often. It's a hard question to answer, but I hope that gives a little perspective into our approach to the work as we move forward.
Well, thank you. Dr. Levy, I agree with the acronym thing. I was told when I first arrived in Olympia, there were somewhere around 2,500 acronyms out there. And I believe it that every day I learned. Today I learned 3 new ones earlier in the meeting. So they just are there. So we're at short of time, but we have time for one more question from Representative Kagi.
Thank you, Representative Dent. Hi, Allison. Thank you for this. I wondered if you could just provide a little more detail on the prevention piece.
Yeah, so that decision package has a variety of things. Expansion and increases in voluntary home visiting. It contemplates SUD treatment, PPI beds, plan of safe care expansion, which has been a pilot we have been doing that has been a warm handoff when families come in as a risk-only intake that doesn't screen in, but we know there's a history of use, SUD use, but they're pregnant.
Okay.
We've created a pilot in partnership with Help Me Grow, Within Reach, and other treatment providers to refer that family to treatment at that time to hopefully provide an intervention of treatment and prevent future engagement or removal post-birth of a baby. So it expands that. That's been a pretty small pilot, expands that. It includes a capital ask for the next phase of a Rising Strong model on the west side of the state. It has a placeholder for FRS. So FRS is the Prevention Services for Adolescents. It's under redesign right now. There's a work group working on that. The report's not yet final, so it'll have a placeholder, and then we'll look at those recommendations and get that information to the governor's office, OFM, as soon as we can, and update that decision package. There's probably 1 or 2 more things in there that I'm forgetting, but those are some of the highlights that come to mind, and I will also follow up when it's final. We'll follow up with the details of the DP, but also the overview 1-pagers that we have of them.
Well, thank you. And Allison, thank you for an excellent presentation. I just always am amazed at how thorough you are when you give us a presentation. And I will also say that if anybody wants to follow up, I know she would be willing to come back and help you understand everything we've been through. So thank you again, Allison. I do truly appreciate you.
Yeah, it's great to be with you all. And the webinar time and details are in the slide deck. It was the last slide. It's next Friday, 10 to 11. We'll send out the link. I recognize the link's not embedded in there. So we'll send out the link so all of the Oversight Board has access to that. And then, yes, happy to take you up on Representative Dent's offer anytime except tomorrow, because I'm going to be on a golf course most of the day for some time off. So thank you for the invitation, and we will I look forward to connecting with you all soon. And I hope you enjoy your time with Secretary Hunter this afternoon.
Thank you, Allison. So our next presenter here will be the chair of the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act Citizen Review Panel. And they're going to give us an overview of the panel's 2022 recommendations for the Department of Children, Youth, and Families and opportunities to partner with the Department of Children, Youth, and Families Oversight Board and advances in establishing the Racial Equity Citizen Review Panel. The CAPTA is a federally law originally enacted in 1974 and is a key federal legislation addressing child abuse and neglect. states receiving federal funding for child welfare programs from CAPTA by meeting specific federal guidelines and requirements, including the submission of an annual progress and services report and the establishment of citizen review panels to evaluate the extent which child welfare agencies are fulfilling their child protection responsibilities. Representatives of Washington's CAPTA Children, Youth, and Family Services Citizen Review Panel contacted leadership of the Oversight Board earlier this year, seeking an opportunity to discuss the panel's priority areas of focus and commonalities with the Oversight Board's areas of focus. Today, we are joined by Jacob Annunzio, along with Ryan Murray and Ron Murphy, to give us this presentation. Jacob is the managing attorney of the Office of Public Defense and chair of the Citizen Review Panel. He will be reviewing highlights of the panel's 2022-23 recommendations to DCYF and discuss opportunities to partner with the Oversight Board into the future. The progress being made to establish a racial equity citizen review panel in partnership with DCYF. Thank you and welcome, Jacob and Ryan and Ron. So the
Great,
time
thank you.
screen is yours.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and to speak to you. And, following Allison is never a good thing. So I apologize if I do not live up to her standards, but I will certainly do my best. My role in coming here as the chair of the Citizen Review Panel is really to talk about where it is that we have some commonalities and where we might be able to partner. And in order to do that, I'm just going to do a little bit of overview, although a lot of that was just covered, but I'll touch on some of the highlights of our recommendations over the last 2 years. And I also apologize because I get very confused about the timelines and the dates. So the recommendations that I'll be talking to you about today are going to be in the 2023 APSR, which some of the dates will seem odd because the actual work that we did and the recommendations that we made were in 2021 and 2022. So just bear with me. So I'm going to share my screen and start talking about some of what we have been doing. But please, if you have questions, feel free to stop me because I definitely want to make sure that what I speak about is actually relevant to what everyone is dealing with. Let's see. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
And can you see the Citizen Review Panel slide first?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so I'm not going to touch a lot or speak a lot about what creates us, other than each state is required to have 3 citizen review panels operating at any time. Some states have one for every county. Some of the CRPs also operate as the fatality review boards. That's not how our state does them. We have historically had 3 and only 3. And I'll talk a little bit about what's happening now with the citizen review panels. But we're required to meet at a minimum quarterly. Currently, our CRP meets monthly and sometimes in between the months if there's additional work to be done and or subcommittees are meeting in between those. We report annually on our activities and our recommendations, both to DCYF and also to the feds. And then our reports are included in the APSR, as are the department's responses to our recommendations. Our mission as a citizen review panel is to evaluate and assess how DCYF is effectively discharging its child protective responsibilities in accordance with CAPTA. And we're allowed to and do review practices, procedures, and policies in making those recommendations. It's also in the CAPTA guidelines, we're required to both get information from the public and provide information to the public. Historically, there have been 3 CRPs. Were established in 1999, and they were each established through a different process. Our CRP was originally the State Advisory Committee, the DCYF Advisory Committee, and eventually morphed away from the advisory committee portion and has remained CRP. The other two CRPs that have been in operation over the last few years, one was the CRP and then one from Region 2. And all of the CRPs are supported by a staff member at DCYF. That's not true across the country. Some states have other types of liaisons that interact with the CRPs and their state agencies. Some of them are from universities, but we have a staff member, and just recently that staff member was dedicated to the CRPs, although she has other duties. She has a much more time than the previous liaisons have had to dedicate to the CRPs. Currently, and you'll see this has been in some of our recommendations, but there'll be 2 new CRPs that are forming, and they're actively moving in that direction now. I think some of you are aware that WASRDAC, the Washington State, I'm going to forget all the acronyms, but it's essentially the Race Disproportionality and Equity Advisory Committee was, I don't want to use an inflammatory word, but disbanded several years ago. And we have been recommending that that group be reunited as a citizen review panel and able to review the practices, policies, and procedures that the department is using and implementing and how it's being rolled out at the county level and the office level. That recommendation was accepted, and that group is in the creation stage right now. Ron Murphy is here to talk a little bit about that, and I'm going to hand it off to him in just a second. And then the third review panel that is in creation right now is going to be focused on prevention, investigation, and voluntary services. Any questions so far before I hand it off to Ron to talk about the Race, Equity, and Inclusion Citizen Review Panel? And I apologize if I can't see everyone. Okay, that was easy. All right. Oh, sorry. Ruth Katie?
Does this contemplate discontinuing the Region 2 review panel?
So the Region 2 panel, and again, I don't want to talk out of school, but my understanding about the Region 2 panel, it's been in and out of operation for years. And it also contained, and I don't even think they're meeting right now, but it contained a large number of DCYF staff, which makes it inherently not really a citizen review panel. So I don't know currently if they are meeting, but my understanding is that that group they may continue to meet and discuss things, but they are not likely to continue to operate as a citizen review panel. And the ICWA team that was also operating in a number of different realms felt like they did not have the time to continue to operate as a CRP, and they are not going to continue as a CRP. Any other questions, thoughts? All right, Ron, I'm going to hand you the floor.
Okay, I share a same interest as Allison, only it sounds like she will be going actually out on the golf course, and all I get to do is look at a picture of one. But that still satisfies me to some degree. I'm not going to go on camera myself. I explained to Jacob that our Zoom platform went down this morning. It's back up now. But as I listen to some of you, it's a little bit choppy, and hopefully I'm coming across okay. Once again, I'm Ron Murphy, and I'm a Senior Director for Strategic Consulting with Casey Family Programs. And as a member of the Statewide Citizens Review Panel, I really appreciate the opportunity to give a brief update on one of our recommendations to DCYF regarding disproportionality, race equity, and inclusion. However, I believe it's important to provide a historical perspective on Washington State's efforts, especially to remediate disproportionality in child welfare, and why the CRP felt it important to continue efforts with this work after the original statewide committee was ended. I'm getting a little bit of choppy sound, so if you could let me know whether I'm coming across or you can hear me okay. Thumbs up or something. Okay, great. My comments, they don't represent the total picture on the vast amount of work that has been done in this area in the past. But as a member of the original statewide effort, I think it gets pretty close to what is taking place. No offense to anyone if I leave out certain aspects or facts. Before I go any further, I obviously want to acknowledge a couple of folks that I see on the screen today. Ruth Kagi, Bobby Bridge, Ben DeHaan. I haven't seen Lori on, but Lori is another person. And obviously, Representative or former Representative Pettigrew is not on, but all of you really provided a great amount of energy and support with regards to the original Washington State Racial Disproportionality Committee. So that's the formal name of it, Jacob. The name that folks usually use is the RDAC. How they came up with that, I'm not sure. But anyway, the Disproportionality Advisory Committee operated as a result of some legislation, Senate House Bill 1472 to be specific, that was passed in about 2007. Hopefully everyone's heard me, 2007. That's how long this work has been taking place here in Washington State. It actually is preceded by some work coming out of King County, which was called the King County Disproportionality Coalition. That was the initial work that started in Washington State. That was probably 2005 or something like that. But anyway, with the efforts of some of the people that I named and many others, the coalition included, the Senate House bill was passed, and it basically said that there needed to be a racial disproportionality advisory committee. And the purpose obviously was to study disproportionality in the child welfare system. It required the advisory committee to make a number of recommendations, and that those recommendations be provided to DSHS and the legislature. And the committee was to prepare a report of its initial findings, which it did. By the way, WISP was charged with the responsibility of doing the research and evaluation to determine whether there was disproportionality. For those of us that have worked in child welfare for some time, we knew that there needed to be some type of research validating the fact that there was disproportionality, but we basically said, yeah, they're going to find it for sure because it does exist. We know it from our direct service practice and listening to others in communities. And basically, the findings concluded that disproportionality did exist for Native American, African American, and Hispanic children. Sound familiar? It's kind of what's taking place right now. In fact, those are the populations that have been highlighted as still still identified as disproportionate in the system. So the committee, its work was to really, again, make recommendations to, it was Children's Administration at that time, not DCYF, but to Children's Administration and the legislature. And we operated for, again, up until about 2018. I think that's when it was disbanded or sunsetted, whatever the language you want to use, to be non-existent in 2018. But up until then, our charge was to make recommendations to the Children's Administration and to the legislature. And we made a number of them. which I think really, to some degree, some of them had an impact on the system, some of them weren't paid attention to and weren't carried forward. So as an example, I think many of you know that kinship care in this state right now is a practice that has really allowed a number of children to be placed with relatives children who are in the system. The advisory committee made that recommendation back in about 2008 or 9 that the Children's Administration needed to implement kinship care policies. And right now, I think the number of children who are in the system that reside with relatives is somewhere around 50%. Huge improvement in terms of that particular practice in the state. And I think that the advisory committee could certainly take some credit for supporting that. We also supported mandatory reporter training and actually helped develop, weighed in on, provided feedback, whatever, for a video that was used around the state for mandatory reporters. So this is another accomplishment that we made. Increase documentation in family for Native American and tribal children was another area. At the time that this recommendation was made, what we were looking at was that Children's Administration social workers were not inputting into FamLink at the rate that they needed to information about the children's tribal affiliation or Native American heritage and all. So that was another recommendation that we made back then and actually was followed through on. And quite a few other recommendations. I'm not going to try to cover all of them that I have listed, but suffice to say, you can find them on the DCYF website and also on the internet as well. Data was an important foundation for the work that we started back in about 2008. So we used data, obviously WISP used data to identify who the children were that really needed attention. And we tried to use data as an advisory committee throughout, but I don't know about the rest of you, but for me, several years ago, 10, 15 years ago, to me, data was not as robust and accurate as it is today. And I see that in particular over the last few years, I think that DCYF has paid much more attention around the data needs for identifying race of children that are in care. But it was a struggle for us as an advisory committee before. So as Jacob says, unfortunately, as a result of DCYF's initiative to reduce the number of advisory committees that were providing advice to them, the RDAC, or our state advisory committee, was disbanded. It didn't make any sense to me or other folks on the advisory committee, and it didn't make sense to a lot of external stakeholders. DCYF, as part of its mission and direction, was really trying to focus on race equity and inclusion, yet disbanding an advisory committee that was actually serving a very positive purpose around that work. So as a result of recommendations by the CRP and a number of other folks over and over again, we were hurt. And DCYF leadership decided that, in fact, a advisory committee needed to be reprised. Our recommendation as CRP was that it needed that another CRP focusing on race equity, disproportionality, needed to be the new advisory committee. That was accepted, and as Jacob already mentioned, that's in process right now. Folks who are going to be on that advisory committee at least one person on the screen here, have been identified, and they'll be going through an orientation here in another week or two. So that's kind of the status of what's taking place with regards to the CRP. And that is one of the main recommendations around disproportionality that was made by the CRP, was that, hey, we just need to see we need to continue this effort. We shouldn't be dropping this as an effort in the state, because the children that were previously identified are still in need of the kinds of support. So that's basically what I want to cover. I have a few other things, but I'm not going to try to cover them. So I'm not sure if you have any questions. I wanted to, once again, just kind of give you a historical perspective as to how we got to the new CRP and why we got there. Questions?
Lois, you have a question?
I do. First, I want to say it's good to see you. Glad the board will be coming back. I'd like to know if you have a preliminary list of members and when you project the first meeting time will happen.
There is a list of members. The meeting time, I think there's going to be like a meet and greet on the 10th of October and then a meeting on the 11th and 12th. I think those are the dates. And I can get that to you, Lois. Actually, Jacob, hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn, but I'm assuming that Amy needs to forward that, or you need to forward that. How do you want to handle that?
I think you can forward it, or I or Amy can forward it. I don't think it's private information.
Okay, what I'll do then, Lois, is I'll do a cut and paste and get that to you.
All right, thank you, Ron. It may be good to send to, if you share with Krista along with me personally, and send it out to the group. And if the meetings are open to the public, and if the focus now that DCYF is so big, I'm curious if the group is still going to predominantly focus on child welfare, or are you going to expand into JR and early learning?
I think that's an excellent question. And I think that there's still room for discussion around that, at least from my standpoint. But I think that child welfare is the primary focus. But you're asking a really good question, Lois, that I think we probably should discuss more.
Thank you, Representative Dent, too. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Lois. You have any other question? Presentation. Okay, well, we'll just continue.
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about, and Ryan and Ron, feel free to jump in here, about some of our recommendations from this year, which again, I apologize about the dates, but it'll be in the 2023 APSR. So one of our main recommendations was to make sure that the race equity and inclusion CRP was created, and that is again in process. Our recommendation was that it be up and running before the end of 2022, and they are definitely on track to do that. In previous years, we had looked at the department's DCYF's focus on reducing disproportionality, and their creation of equity analysis tools and other policies and procedures. And what we had seen is that the plan was great and inclusive, and had creation of tools that could be used, but that their implementation hadn't been fully rolled out, and weren't able to see any accountability for using those tools. So the creation of the tools was intact, but their operation was not intact. And so our recommendation is for the department to provide evidence of full implementation of the equity analysis tools in hiring. Let's see, we have contracting, hiring, field operations, policies and practices, so that it's not just a strategic plan, but actually a plan that's able to be implemented and being implemented. And then just an ongoing request for data. There are some things that we are collecting data on, but there are definitely some things that we are missing. OIAA has been actively working on being able to pull data and produce data, but I think the Oversight Board and the CRP are similarly concerned about the IT barriers to actually having enough data to understand what is or isn't happening. And that the data recommendations come a little bit later. Any questions about the disproportionality and race equity recommendations? I think you guys all have our full report. It includes all the activities, who came and spoke to us, what information we gathered, and then our not only our recommendations, but the why behind the recommendations. All right. Moving on to the next set. Education has also been a big focus for us over the last 2 years. And I think it's also been a focus for the Oversight Board. We have Peggy Carlson, who is on the board, who has been able to bring a great deal of information and background about what OSPI has been doing to try to support kids who are in care through the school system. But what we've seen is that at least the federal government is reporting that 70% of school-age children who enter into foster care change schools when they enter into foster care. 18% or at 18 years old, 30% of children have experienced 5 or more school changes. And every time there's a school change, we know that there is a loss of connection and relationship, a loss of educational stability, and that for many kids that leads to a series of poor outcomes, including just leaving school altogether. One of the tools for trying to reduce the number of children who are changing schools is the requirement that there's a best interest determination in regards to schooling, if they should move schools or if they should stay at their school of origin. And that best interest determination is supposed to happen very early on in the case. What we were able to understand is that although there's training that's happening for the field level social workers, caseworkers who are supposed to be indicating that best interest determination has been made, that because of the volume of work that caseworkers are having to do, not all of them are getting the training and not all of them are making those best interest determinations. And sometimes when those best interest determinations are being made, they're not being made with a full team of people who is looking at the impact to the child if they are moving schools. So some of our recommendations included updating the policies and procedures and making the training mandatory for all caseworkers, so that when they are making the decision to move a child, they are also making a best interest determination about school placement. Oftentimes it's left to the placement where the child is going, whether or not it's, and it becomes more of I think a convenience determination. If we're a county away, if we are 3 school districts away, is it going to be better for our family for this child to have to be bused to a school that's a little farther away than the local school is? And then some of the other requests that we had was to ensure that the best interest determinations were happening for school placements, to document that those determinations were being made, and to document and collect data on how many times a school change happens when there's a placement change. So we can see placement change. We can't always see if they change schools at that time. And then to make sure that both the youth and the parents are involved, are invited to be participating in that best interest determination. A few other recommendations in that realm was to make sure that DCYF was partnering with other groups, like Parents for Parents, courts, AGs, parents attorneys, kids attorneys, to make sure that we all have our focus on that, not just the removal from the family, but also what other things is that kid losing, including access to teachers who've been supporting them, other friends and family members, which is greatly impacted when they move schools. And that all family time plans ought to include inclusion for parents in school events and activities to create a more normal relationship, maintain a more normal relationship between parents, kids, and siblings. And then our last recommendation, although there are others in between, is to make sure that there is an educational representative on the oversight board. My understanding is that maybe there's some conversations with Treehouse, but I'm not sure how far that has gone. This was one of the places where we thought, boy, having a relationship with the oversight board might be very beneficial. Any questions or thoughts about those recommendations?
I don't see any, Jacob.
All right, moving on. So data. I know that you all have struggled with the lack of data. We struggle with the lack of data just as the department struggles with it. And again, these are just highlights from our recommendations, but the changeover from I believe it's SACWIS to CWIS is taking a tremendous amount of time and has impacted the department's ability to roll out Families First. We were one of the first states to have our plan approved by the feds, but to my knowledge, we have not yet been able to fulfill our responsibilities under Families First in order to draw down any of the funds that would enable us to provide a larger and more robust structure to create more services for families, both who are experiencing separation, but also those families that are on the edge of separation or at risk of being placed into foster care. We are also struggling to get information and enough data to understand whether 1194, although it's been implemented for over a year, whether it is impacting family time supervision levels. And with the rollout of 1227 and 1747 and the ongoing rollout of 1194 without an ability to track outcomes connected to those laws, it's going to be very difficult for us to understand in each jurisdiction whether or not it's impacting the number of kids who are entering into care, the kinds of access that parents and kids have to each other. There's just a whole host of things that we're not able to see at this point. Some of our other recommendations is to make sure that there is, some player and community input into what data is collected. I think sometimes it's harder to go back and reinvent or fix the data drawdowns than it is to sort of get it right the first time. Although we don't get to make recommendations to the court and to the clerk's office, I think again, in our ability to collect information, partnership with the clerk's office is also necessary. Right, Ryan, do you want to jump in and talk about that?
Just really quickly, one of the other pieces of our recommendations is that any data that the department is collecting should be able to disaggregate by race so that we can also trace not just at a global level of children served, but how we're serving children and kind of the racial impact that any of those data points and data decisions may have as well. Thank you, Jacob.
Any questions or thoughts?
Well, Charles has a question. Charles?
Hi.
I was just wondering, is there coordination with Washington State courts at all too? I'm thinking about specifically 1194. It seems like we might be able to get data from actual court orders that have happened. If the department is struggling with that, I don't know if maybe the court system might be able to provide that data.
Yeah. So to your point, there is we have contact with the courts. We have a representative on the panel from AOC and have access to folks who are doing data collection and working with DCYF. Some of the problems is with collecting court data is unless there's a code, a clerk's code that they take from the order and input it into their data system. In order to get that information, you'd have to go through and look at court orders. So that's one of the questions is, can we create a code for visits, family time to see whether it's supervised, unsupervised, or monitored. But because we have some limitations as the citizen review panel, our responsibility really is DCYF and the practices and policies and procedures of the department. But because we have folks from the court on the CRP, some of that gets shared, and some of our other members sit on other work groups that are all sort of working towards the same goals. Thanks, Charles.
Thank you.
And yeah, I don't see any other questions, so.
All right. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about our future focus and what we've been working on since sending out our last recommendations. One of the things that we are looking at currently is mandatory reporter laws and their impact on the number of kids entering into care, the number of families under investigation, and the disproportionality results that provides to Black and Brown families. Some other states have been moving away from the robust mandatory reporter laws and looking more at mandatory supporter, which would look like, instead, if you have a family in need, if you're a teacher or an educator and you have a concern about the family's ability to provide, so the neglect cases, right, enough money to provide a washer and dryer so that they come to school clean and they have enough food, or they have all of those things. So instead of reporting them, it's Child Protective Services, which instigates an investigation, looking at other requirements of, your responsibility would be to connect them with a service that could support them in caring for their child. And of course, this would not, in many of those states, they don't impact to those sort of severe physical abuse or sexual abuse cases, but really the larger portion of neglect cases. One of the other focuses has been on contracting, and recently we had a group of Black and Brown providers come and talk about their experience contracting with the department, some of the barriers to them maintaining contracts and being able to continue to serve families. That's been an ongoing conversation, and I think will probably be a fairly robust part of our this coming year's report and recommendations. And we're going to continue. We've been looking at outcomes for infants and newborns who are being pulled in for substance use disorders, parents with substance use disorders, and coming in affected by use by the mother while they were pregnant, and then the impact of pre-filing representation on those cases. And then on families with an incarcerated parent, the minor guardianship laws that have been recently established and enacted, we're curious about their impact on families who have an incarcerated parent. Oftentimes you see parents who are incarcerated who are fully capable of making decisions for their family, but because they're not physically available to care for their family, their kids end up in foster care. Our hope, and I think the hope of the folks who created the minor guardianship laws, was to help those parents provide for their children a family member, relative placement, or a suitable other who could care for their child while they were not able to physically care for them, and in doing that, keeping them out of foster care and CPS entirely. Let's see, any questions about those? Those are just some of the highlights. I hope that folks take an opportunity to read through some of the full report. It's not that long. If you look at the APSR, it's going to look totally overwhelming, but our portion is only a couple of pages. You can also see the recommendations from the other two CRPs that did make recommendations this last year. If there's no questions about our
Yes,
future.
Dr. Levy has a question, Jacob.
Sorry, I couldn't see it.
No, that's fine. It's actually more of a comment, which is I love the concept of mandatory supporter laws. Because as a medical provider, we're often in the situation of seeing families where we realize that the family is struggling, but it doesn't really rise to the extent that we would consider doing a mandatory report. And yet we feel very uncomfortable sending the family out without any, really clear supports. And so, the key would be if we were thinking about moving there in Washington State, that we would really have to have that system that we can refer children into and families into, that would be easily accessible, which right now is, we're starting to see some movement with programs like Help Me Grow, but I think it still needs to be a much more elaborate infrastructure. But I do hope you look and consider the medical practices as you look at that mandatory supporter laws.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So I don't see any other questions, Jacob. Go ahead.
So what I'm hoping we can do is sort of talk about a possible partnership and what that might look like. I think we all took it very clearly that the department felt like when there was the sort of reduction of advisory committees, that they felt like they were getting lots of advice from lots of people. And that oftentimes that advice varied vastly. Sometimes there was an overlap, sometimes there was not an overlap, and sometimes they were offering completely different or divergent recommendations. And my hope is that in a conversation with you and a partnership with you, there might be places where our recommendations overlap, and when they overlap, being able to bring those to the top to say, look, not only are you hearing from us that this is an important thing to be focused on or an important thing to implement, but you're also hearing it from the Oversight Board, and maybe you're hearing it from the Ombudsman, or maybe there's other places like that. So that was kind of my thought, is that in conversation, maybe there's some places where our work would coincide and might reduce the sort of the blasting of information to DCYF. I think sometimes when they get recommendations, they have a bit of a stutter step back, like, okay, that's a lot. We don't know if we can do that or not. But I am hopeful that this partnership, if there's a willingness, might reduce some of that.
I agree with you, Jacob. I like the partnerships as well. I think it opens up, anytime we can open up communication and work together, there has to be a more positive outcome than not. And I've always believed in working together. So I appreciate your passion on that subject.
Krista and I have talked a couple of times about what that might look like. Does anybody have thoughts or questions? We could certainly just have it be a sharing of reports or sharing of information. It might be possible to have each of the CRPs come and talk to you about their focus and their recommendations for the year, or vice versa.
I would think that as this comes together and you begin to to have more information and data to share, and that will, the answer to that question you just posed to us will become apparent, and you will know what to bring forward, what would be important and what isn't. And I will ask a question. Do you normally attend our meetings? Do you listen to our meetings?
No, I haven't. I haven't been attending. There's a couple of folks within the CRP that have attended from time to time, and then folks from my office who have. So, but I think that would probably be a good place for us to be, at least as regularly as possible.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's kind of see maybe some of the topics we cover, it's the issues of the day or the month. So it'd be so, and you'll see maybe a little where we're trying to go, and you know, I think any one of us on the board would be willing to sit down and visit with you at any time, but and maybe answer more questions as well. I really like a lot of what you've gone over today. I think it really makes perfect sense that we engage in this a little deeper.
Fantastic. Ryan or Ron, do either of you have any input or comments that you'd like to make before we wrap it up?
No, I don't, Jacob. Thanks.
Nor I. Thanks, Jacob.
Okay, so just lastly, here are the links to the previous APSRs. If you've not looked at them or seen them before, they're pretty hefty documents. But they include both the CRP's recommendations and DCYF's responses to those recommendations, if that's of interest to you. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and the time that you've given us today, and look forward to an ongoing partnership.
Well, thank you, Jacob and Ryan and Ron. I appreciate your presentations, and we all do on the board. On behalf of the board, thank you for coming and giving us your excellent information. I'm really excited about some of this. I apologize. I had to step out at the beginning of your presentation. I've been helping a young person in crisis a little bit, and I had to be on the phone for a few minutes. But I'm excited about you know, seeing where the racial equity citizen review panel can go and what the information it can give us back, and work on some of these issues that I think are very, very important to all of us and to our communities. And so thank you for your work on this. I appreciate it. Does anyone else on the board have a further comment?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate you, all three of you, taking time out of your day to present to us.
Thanks so
Great.
much.
Thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
And it appears as though we're a bit ahead of schedule, so we're moving into our break time. So our break was scheduled for 11:45 to 12 o'clock, and so we'll just take a little longer break, and we'll see y'all back here at 12 o'clock. You'll have time to go grab a snack or sandwiches, whatever the case might be. So see you in a few. We live? Okay, great. Well, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good little break. It's time to grab a snack and we'll get into the public comment period now. As soon as I see just maybe a few more hands, a few more faces on the screen here. Looking good for waking up. So I'll read the public comment statement. The DCYF Oversight Board is governed by state law. Per state law, the Oversight Board's authority includes monitoring DCYF's achievement of 8 outcome measures listed in DCYF's founding legislation, monitoring DCYF's compliance with applicable laws and policies pertaining to early learning, juvenile rehabilitation, juvenile justice, and children and family services, general oversight of DCYF's performance and policies, and providing advice and input to DCYF, the legislature, and the governor. The Oversight Board does not have authority to acquire into, direct, or change DCYF decisions in individual cases. For those wishing to provide public comment to the board, we would like to remind you that the board is subject to the Open Public Meetings Act, which means our meetings are open to the public and anyone can attend as an observer. Our meetings are recorded and posted on the Oversight Board's website and will be broadcast on TVW. We wish to inform everyone in attendance of this fact as an act of respect and support to individuals who may have a sensitive story they wish to share or wish to express individual case details in this setting. The Oversight Board may use any information brought to the board's attention as it carries out its role of general oversight and monitoring of DCYF. If individuals do not wish to provide public comment in an open meeting, individuals may contact the DCYF Board staff to get connected to the board's co-chairs. We're also more than happy to connect you with the Office of Family and Children's Ombuds if you wish to file a complaint about DCYF's actions or failure to act in a particular case. Their website is www.ofco.wa.gov. So I always appreciate public comment. And I know there's sometimes we receive comments around our public comments that we receive. And I appreciate that, but I do want folks to know that the letters that come in, I read every letter, as most of the folks do on the board, and I'm always interested in what you have. I hear you. Sometimes, as the statement said, we don't have the authority to do certain things, and we are statutorily governed, and I take that very seriously that we do as the statute says, as we worked extremely hard on this legislation to create this, create the DCYF, and work hard to make sure that we follow the rules that we set for ourselves when we created that legislation. So I appreciate that. And we'll begin with public comment with Shana Richard.
Hi, Representative Dent. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Very well. Thank you.
Okay, so I have my letter, and then I also have the letter from Jamie Jo Hiles that she sent to Mr. Colgan, and he said that he replied to her and said that I could read it as well. So I'm going to start with mine and then I'll read hers as well, if that's okay.
Thank you, Shana.
Okay. Thank you. I am asking to read my comment aloud today to share the story of Oakley Carlson with hope that you will advocate to Governor Inslee for an immediate outside agency review that will provide transparency and an impartial analysis of Oakley Carlson's Washington DCYF case. I'm a founding member of an organization called Light the Way Missing Persons Advocacy Project. Our team members have been investigating and advocating for Oakley Carlson, the 5-year-old missing child from Oakville, Washington. We are working with Oakley's loving and courageous foster parents, Jamie Jo Hiles and Eric Hiles, to find answers for Oakley, whose last known credible sighting was on February 10th, 2021. Sadly, she was not discovered to be missing until 10 months later. I am here to comment on the findings of the investigation requested by Governor Inslee on May 27th, 2022, about Oakley Carlson's Washington DCYF case. Patrick Dowd, Director of the Office of Family and Children's Ombudsman, stated, "We found that the department's actions and conducts in this case were consistent with laws, policies, and court orders. Both the Files family and Light the Way Missing Persons Advocacy Project disagree with the statement and are prepared to publicly share our well-documented and verified timeline over the next coming weeks to show that social worker Angela Freese and supervisor Catherine Eddy did not file up,
follow up when the Hiles sent emails and made phone calls about their concerns in regards to Oakley's safety when in the biological parent's care, and even after Oakley was returned to Jordan Bowers and Andrew Carlson, and show negligence in Oakley's Washington DCYF case. There are RCWs we believe are in question in question by Washington DCYF's actions that Jamie Jo brought to Mr. Dowd's attention that clearly were not investigated further, that if this report shows no wrongdoings. Mr. Dowd stated that parent-child visits are critical to successful family reunion, and that reunification planning should not only focus on a parent's successful compliance with services, but should address parent-child bonding and attachment issues. My question to Mr. Dowd is, are you saying if Oakley and Jordan Bowers and Andrew Carlson were provided with more family time, maybe they would not have physically beaten her, locked her in a cabinet, starved her, and possibly murdered her? We adamantly believe that Mr. Dowd is not able to remain impartial with his ties to the leadership of Washington DCYF. We will continue to advocate for an outside agency to review Oakley Carlson's case. We want the board to understand that Oakley was failed. Here is another example. On January 26, 2021, Jamie Jo Hiles called Washington DCYF after seeing a photo of Oakley at Christmas 2020 at her biological grandma's house. It appeared she had a black eye. Jamie Jo had also heard that Andrew Carlson was fired from his job for drug use. Jamie Jo consulted with her local police chief and asked for advice, as she is a teacher and a mandated reporter, as well as a concerned former foster parent. Chief Schultz told her she personally could not do a wellness check on Oakley, as Oakville was out of her jurisdiction, but Jamie Jo could call DCYF and a sheriff would go to Oakley's residence. Washington DCYF intake person, Morgan Artis, spoke very sternly to Jamie Jo and let her know that she did not witness any incidents firsthand, presumed that her information was inaccurate, and told her she could get in trouble for making false reports. Jamie Jo reminded him she was a mandated reporter and was very concerned about Oakley's safety. This phone call left her feeling discouraged yet again by Washington DCYF. Presently, we have completed our own investigation, and we now know that Washington DCYF did in fact open a case. They went to the Bowers Carlson's house the next day, and there was a verified sighting of Oakley and her siblings. We know a month later, on February 10th, there was a credible sighting by someone close to the family, and at the end of March, DCYF closed that case. That means that DCYF closed that case without seeing Oakley. That is shameful. This is a family that had a lengthy history of child endangerment, drug use, and physical violence. The fact that this case was closed without anyone seeing those children to make sure they were safe is alarming and inexcusable. Washington DCYF could have possibly saved Oakley, and they did not. Oakley Carlson was taken from a safe and loving foster home and left in a home with child abuse, drug use, and ultimately ended in a devastating story of a missing child. If DCYF had focused less on meeting reunification statistics and more on the best interest of children, Oakley might be here right now. I imagine she would be enjoying fall activities like apple picking and pumpkin patches with Jamie Jo and Eric Hiles, the two parents who love her the most in this world. Please help us in advocating for an immediate outside agency review of Oakley Carlson's Washington DCYF case, where there can be impartiality and transparency in finding justice for Oakley. Thank you. And now I'm going to read Jamie Jo's letter. Dear DCYF Oversight Committee, Patrick Dowd and Ross Hunter, I am writing to contest the recent findings from the Ombudsman investigation that was completed in regards to Oakley Carlson's case. I feel very sheepish in the fact that I spoke with Mr. Dowd on the phone several times and practically begged for an investigation, all while beknownst to me, Governor Inslee had already requested this 1 month in advance. Much like the actions of DCYF, he was not transparent and he hid things from me. It wasn't until the advocacy group Light the Way outed that we knew Inslee had requested a look into things did an investigation report suddenly become complete. How very odd.
Mr. Dowd, Catherine Eddy, and Angela Freese, you all need to start acting with integrity and honesty. My daughter is missing, and you're saying that your agency had no part in it. Luckily for me, and not so much for you, I have records of everything. And you can either jump the DCYF ship or you can ride it down in flames when the rest of the world sees how you failed Oakley and her siblings. We will begin releasing more and more proof of these failures until you retract your investigation statements about no wrongdoings. Don't lie, you know you messed up. Ross Hunter, you are an unqualified person to be directing this organization. And I hope for your sake and your own reputation, you will step down soon. The entire country is watching your actions now, even if they are uncomfortable for you. For the rest of DCYF Oversight Board, I suggest you leave this crooked agency that it does not fight for the well-being of children. You know in your heart that this is wrong, and by working here, you are just supporting it. Do what is right and leave before this mess gets even worse. And trust me, it's about to get worse. Thank you so much for taking the time to listening to my letter, and for those who are advocating for those that were failed by DCYF. If the injustices that happened to Oakley cannot be corrected, at least write them for those in the future. Warmest regards, Jamie Jo Hiles.
Thank you, Shana, for taking time today to read those letters and share your feelings. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
The next person is Tates Nunez.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me once again and giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of both Light the Way, Missing Persons Advocacy Project, and the foster parents and families that couldn't be here today. I'd like to share my concerns with you all with hopes that you will please consider making changes to the reunification process, and to ask you once again to please help us advocate to Governor Inslee for an immediate outside agency review that will provide transparency and an impartial analysis of Oakley Carlson's Washington DCYF case. First, I'd like to talk for a moment about reunification. I had initially planned on not speaking today because I kind of felt like my words have fallen on deaf ears, but in the days following the previous Oversight Board Committee meeting, I received several emails and messages via social media in regards to the reunification process from foster parents and grandparents alike. All of children who had been with them for several years before being returned to homes filled with drugs, neglect, and abuse. Some are likely preparing for that today as we speak, and I imagine some are listening with us here today. When a child is in the foster care system for so long before being reunited to biological families, specifically at such a young age, I feel that you're creating an extremely traumatic experience for the children and families of which they've developed relationships with and grown to love and trust. I feel that you're setting them up for failure and very likely a future of mental health issues that just creates a never-ending cycle for Washington, DCYF and the children of Washington. One family in particular that reached out to me has had a child in their care since they were only a newborn. Today, that child's 5 years old and the family is preparing for the child to be reunited with his or her biological parents that are not only strangers to them, but recently convicted felons. To those of you with children, this is no different from your own 5-year-old son or daughter being taken from you and given to a family that they don't know. Isn't that traumatizing just to imagine? I'm sure most, if not everyone here, is familiar with Oakley Carlson's case. For those of you who aren't, Oakley Carlson is a 5-year-old girl from Oakville, Washington, whose last known credible sighting was February 10th, 2021. Prior to Oakley's disappearance, she lived with her loving foster parents, Jamie Jo and Eric Hiles, for almost 3 whole years. Suddenly, and without much warning, Oakley was then ordered by DCYF to return to her biological parents. This came as a surprise to the Hiles, who were under the impression that they would be adopting Oakley and had already begun filling out paperwork. Both of Oakley's biological parents, Jordan Bowers and Andrew Carlson, were charged with 2 counts of endangerment with a controlled substance for exposing Oakley's 6-year-old sister and 2-year-old brother to methamphetamine earlier this year. Bowers pled guilty and was sentenced to 20 months in prison. She will walk free in just 4 months. This past March, Carlson pled guilty to the 2 counts of endangerment and was sentenced to 12 months. On August 3rd, Andrew was released and as of Monday, September 12th, was nowhere to be found and was a no-show for a chemical dependency court hearing. And as a result, temporarily had a warrant issued for his arrest. He later decided to show to a hearing that wasn't even his, and that warrant was quashed, and he's once again walking free, just like you and I. Meanwhile, little Oakley is still missing. I'm sharing these stories with all of you here today in hopes that meeting reunification statistics not be the ultimate goal of DCYF. I completely understand that in some cases, reunification is what is best, but this isn't the case for all children. It should be on a case-by-case basis. I understand that this does take time and a lot of hard work, but it is what's best for the children who should be the main focus of DCYF, not the biological parents. Let's please find a way to make changes to the current reunification protocols. Now I'd like to talk just for a moment about Governor Inslee and Oakley Carlson's case specifically. We recently learned that a review of Oakley's case has allegedly taken place earlier this year. The problem with this is that the case has not been reviewed by an outside agency, which is extremely important in providing transparency and fairness. In May of this year, Jamie Jo Hiles, foster mom of Oakley Carlson, was contacted by Patrick Dowd, who was performing an investigation of Oakley's case. The problem with this is that Jamie Jo was unaware of this until just last week. How can Jamie Jo provide accurate information to the ombudsman if she was unaware of an investigation? This is extremely one-sided and unfair. In order for a proper investigation, data needs to be properly collected from all parties and from an outside source. I'm asking you once again today to please move forward with an immediate fair review of Oakley's case from an outside source, and please let's take time to look at circumstances when considering reunification. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tate, for taking the time today to come and share your thoughts on the subject. Next will be Charles Loeffler, who I understand is going to read a letter on behalf of the DCYF caseworkers. Charles?
Thank you, Representative Dent. Yes, I have a letter that was submitted by a group of caseworkers in King County. So I will read that on their behalf.
Thank you.
As those in the field, we were very excited to hear that the DCYF Oversight Board included retention in the agenda. We were hoping to be here to provide public comment, but unfortunately, due to our workloads, could not. Currently, we have offices with programs that are under 50% staffing, resulting in caseloads in CPS between 30 to 80 families when our recommended caseload is 12. Our caseloads are counted by family, not by child, which means we are often expected to be responsible for the safety and well-being of nearly 100 children. We have seen programs such as adoptions that have never had staffing issues experience high turnover, supervisors removed from supervision to complete field work due to staffing, and staff continuously working overtime, sometimes off the clock, in trying to meet the needs of the families they serve. Despite these near impossible working conditions, we have continued to see field staff do amazing work, like reducing the total number of kids in care. Preventing removal takes significant work because partnering with parents and building trust takes time, effort, and patience. It's repeatedly calling to find a service provider with an opening, transporting parents and children to appointments, and sometimes visiting in person with families multiple times throughout the week to ensure children are safe in their homes. This often means triaging cases, and those that are lower risk are placed on the back burner or closed until or unless things get worse. We prioritize some children over others and engage in reactive work rather than preventative. The families of Washington State deserve better than this. They deserve the proactive work we could do if caseloads were manageable. While turnover has often been an issue in child welfare, it has become much worse in recent years. We saw during the height of the pandemic that child welfare was essential, that we continued to go into homes, in the field, and make sure kids were safe. We often did this without PPE, with inflexible schedules that did not allow us to meet the needs of our own families, and with minimal available resources as service providers told us they were not meeting in person. We've also seen a rise in critical incidents and complex cases with little to no resources provided for staff in coping with such trauma. Often they and their supervisors are told to contact peer support or EAP, but is there really time when there are 50 cases, 50 families in need? There is no reprieve, and we continue to be assigned cases. We receive intakes in which law enforcement, hospital staff, and others are required to complete a debriefing while our workers are working long-term with the families receive nothing. We also are forced to get creative in going into dangerous situations, including those places to complete initial face-to-faces with children that law enforcement will not go to without multiple officers. All of these issues, the lack of resources for families, the trauma that we experience, and our ever-growing caseloads going unaddressed and ignored are exacerbated by the additional requirements being added by the legislature and our agency. We share and support the goals of the legislature, and especially in terms of reducing disproportionality, reducing the number of children in care, providing more visitation with less supervision. But the changes over the last few years, especially House Bills 1194 and 1227, don't provide field staff with the necessary tools for successful implementation and have only added to the workloads. For example, 1227, which changes the standards for removing children, does not provide more full-time employees for preventing those removals, nor does it provide additional resources to address the needs of families that may have previously been facing removal. It seems the plan is to just move staff around despite the 2007 workload study finding that we are almost 1,000 FTEs short to fulfill our mission. While we have added policies that add to workload, such as making twice daily physical attempts to find children, the reason to know ruling, expanding what cases needed active efforts, requiring in-person parent contacts monthly, and many more, we have not seen our recommended caseload sizes decrease to reflect the added work or any changes to how our workload is calculated. The current state of child welfare is simply not sustainable, and it will be the children and families of Washington that pay the ultimate price. We will continue to lose people to other agencies within the state and to private agencies unless we actually recognize that our jobs are truly unique among social services, until we actually start caring for the people who do this extremely difficult work. That means caring for the health of staff, that means additional pay, and it means ensuring staff can maintain a reasonable workload so that we can actually provide the level of service the families of Washington State deserve.
Thank you, Charles. Appreciate the letter and you taking time to read it for us today. And our last public comment person today is Lori Lepold.
Thank you very much, Representative Dent and the Oversight Board. I appreciate the opportunity, and I have no idea how to get this to be camera. So, sorry. I want to just say one thing about what Charles just read. Having worked on legislation and being very pleased with a number of the policy changes that the legislature has made, I think many of us do recognize that it does have an impact on the workforce, and that any way we can help support the changes so that they can be implemented as directed by the law. I think many of us want to be there. It's very hard to put it all together, I think, as I would imagine as policymakers, you have these challenges. We don't want to delay progress because we don't have the workforce, and we can't necessarily move in the direction of progress because of the workforce. There is the workforce or workload study. Unfortunately, the recommendations they're not required to be submitted until mid-23. But it does seem to me that in the meantime, as things are being reviewed, to actually be taking a look at when we are making policy changes, to recognize that there will be an impact. We want them to be the policy changes to be implemented. And so what will that take? What will it take for workers to actually be able to do the jobs that they have been directed to do? So I think it's just a good, the workers made a very clear statement about the challenges they face. What I did want to comment on very briefly is going back to Allison's presentation on the decision packages. And I just wanted to say that I felt that this process, and maybe because we had a short session and a longer interim that's going way too fast, but nonetheless, there has been a longer interim, that I feel like there has been more back and forth conversations between folks within DCYF and others of us who are not in DCYF, but working on various policy kinds of proposals. And I have really appreciated that. I think we have seen some things change and evolve from what we're focusing on and what the department is focusing on. And that kind of collaborative process in my mind has been not always the case, and it's very welcome. So I do appreciate that. I think the focus, just a few of the areas, the focus on supporting kinship caregivers and suitable others is really wonderful, and the hopeful creation of a state RGAP program. Looking at the housing issues, the proposal around child welfare housing for both young people exiting the system and families who either need something related to housing to prevent a placement or for reunification purposes. That's fantastic. Funding for concrete goods to really be addressing some of the poverty related issues that families might have that impact neglect and others. I won't belabor it, but I think that some of these items really, in my mind, do go along well with some of the policy changes and the recognition about disproportionality, the impact of poverty that has had on families, children and families, and involvement in the child welfare system. So that's basically what I wanted to say. And again, I appreciate your work. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Lori, for taking the time today to share those thoughts. We appreciate that. So our next presentation will be from Secretary of DCYF Rossiter. Is coming in person?
Yes. I'm working on it.
Okay, he's a few minutes late, so we'll just take a pause here for a minute to wait for Secretary Hunter's arrival. Thank you. So Representative Kagi, did you have a question?
I do. I wanted to take advantage of this break to ask Charles. I'm quite sure that the legislature last in the long biennial budget and last year appropriated funding for significantly more FTEs. Is that accurate?
Kind of stepped away.
Was that question for me?
Yeah. Yes, it was.
The-
I'm just, I know we'll hear from Secretary Hunter, but
Yeah.
is the issue not having the resources to hire caseworkers, or is it not being able to hire caseworkers even though you have the resources?
I think what we're looking at in a lot of regards this year especially has been retention. And I think Secretary Hunter mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, and I think it goes into some of what Allison was presenting earlier. That it's kind of this cycle where people are covering for the vacancies or the lack of FTEs, and then they're having all of those extra cases. There's more work on each case than there used to be, and that is burning people out, and they go out the door, and then there's more cases to cover as people go. I think and I'm not the expert in how the department is allocating those FTEs, and maybe we can hear more from Secretary Hunter, but something that I have heard is that those get determined at a regional level, and that they, different regions have different practices and how they, how much of the staffing resources go to, I guess, case carrying staff versus like program administration staff. And so there's maybe differing practices in different areas of the state. But again, I think that might be a better question for the secretary.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then I would say the availability of service providers that we partner with and refer to the community for preventative efforts and reunification efforts being so diminished over the last couple years, especially, directly impacts the ability to do this work.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kagan, for that question. Appreciate that. That was interesting. So Secretary Hunter has arrived here for his presentation on the DCYF workforce strategy. So throughout the year, a common theme here in our oversight board meetings has been a discussion around the recruitment and retention of DCYF's workforce, particularly in child welfare. We know that when staff turnover at the agency occurs, it can present challenges with continuity in case management. Today, we are joined by DCYF Secretary Ross Hunter, who will share with the board workforce strategies to address retention and recruitment across all DCYF divisions. We will learn about how the agency is innovating and addressing this issue to ensure families and children receive consistent and quality service, as well as to ensure the workforce is supported. We will have time after Ross's presentation to ask questions. So thank you, Secretary Hunter, for taking time to come over and address us with your plans.
Happy to be here, and I'm happy that we'll have time for you to ask questions, and that's probably enough time for me to answer one of them, right? Because I'll fill the air with answer, right? For as long as the time.
There you go. I'm all in. I'm all in. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having us here. Always happy to. I'm not always happy to be here, but mostly I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you. So.
And so we've got some slides to run. Are we running this off the PowerPoint slides? Can we do it from the actual presentation mode? I'm easily distracted, and having all of the sort of junk around the edges confuses me. Sorry, yeah, thank you, appreciate it. Oh, you just look like you reached for your computer. I was like, oh, geez. No, thank you very much. Does that work for everybody if we do that? Sometimes it cuts it.
It shows it as presentation mode for people online, but
if it doesn't work, then I will.
There we go.
Okay, I got it. Oh, I see. So it has who knows why it works or doesn't work, right?
It's a presenter mode and a viewing mode.
Okay. Sweet. So can we go to the first slide here? So I don't normally do talks with a lot of slides, but we have a complicated topic today. I want to present some information along with it. And I want to talk about sort of the reality that we face and what we're trying to do about it. It's a very challenging problem. So let's go to the next slide here. What you've got here is a slide showing what's going on across the country and in a variety of different things. We are not the only agency that is short-staffed. And I am deeply concerned about it. It's not a challenge of having enough FTE. Occasionally it is, but mostly it's about, like, we have a lot of vacancies and it's very frustrating to do. So do other people have a lot of vacancies. We have some changes that we've made that are positive. There are changes that we've made that people don't like. There are changes that the world has made that, I don't know if you've noticed this, but everybody is short-staffed. QFC is short-staffed. And so are we, and for many of the same reasons. Let's go to the next slide. The thing you should get from the green bars here is this last year was horrific. Felt like we were making progress. Last year was really a challenge. This is just straight off the OFM workforce metrics dashboard. You can go, it's actually pretty interesting. You can go play with it yourself, do whatever data pull that you'd like to do, and it limits the to sort of relatively big chunks. I mean, you can't drill down and say what happened to Somali staff in the Tri-Cities office on Tuesday, because that would identify, maybe one person, and it won't let you do that, but it'll let you get pretty far down. It's a pretty interesting tool to do. There's no deep message in this particular slide. I want to start though, and our agency is not monolithic. We have sometimes what look to be similar problems that actually have different manifestation. And I want to make sure that I talk about them in specific. So let's go to the next slide and start talking about juvenile rehab, which is my biggest concern right now. And the problem we have in JR, here you see institution vacancy rates, community facility vacancy rates, and parole vacancy rates. The pattern is the same for parole for those of us who are here in the office. And the community facility rates are masked a little bit by the legislature adding new capacity, new staff, so that we actually hit the right ratios, and it hasn't been hired yet. But none of those numbers are acceptable, and clearly they're worse. The experience of people working in 24/7 facilities is not unique to JR. In fact, the 5 of us, I think, that run 24/7 facilities, DSHS, us, Veterans Affairs, Corrections, all went in to talk to OFM earlier this year about what we think is the biggest challenge here, which is compensation. And we have people who are working forced overtime. We have people on double shifts, and it is not the world's safest thing for people to be tired at work. And these things tend to cause spirals. You get in a forced overtime world, you get people who push back and use large amounts of sick time. I mean, like, the problem feeds itself. JR, over the last couple of years, I would say actually the last 2 decades, but particularly in the last couple of years, has changed the population that we're serving. The acuity of the behavioral health challenge of the young people that we serve has gone up. As we serve fewer and fewer youth, the youth that we're not serving are kids who might have been here because they were truant 20 years ago. I tell you, truant kids are not getting locked up at Echo Glen these days. And then when we did JR to 25, which I support, it changed the age mix. And so, I'd say this is our biggest challenge has been experienced there at Echo, because the overall mix shifts that to have older, the center of gravity is older youth than it was before. So if you have a bunch of 14-year-olds, you could have a pattern of behavior if you have a bunch of 16, 17-year-olds, they're larger, they're quicker, they're smarter, and they're also, they have more challenging behaviors. We had an escape earlier this year. We had a behavioral challenge 2-3 weeks ago in our acute mental health cottage that I was deeply concerned about. I probably cost $500,000 worth of damage. And it's the staffing challenges affect that. The acuity affects the staff because it's a harder job to do. And low wages, that first bullet is all about compensation. We've made some strides in juvenile rehab. You can go work for King County Detention for $15,000 to $20,000 more with a $15,000 starting bonus and 100% paid health care. And they're advertising to our workers because they all call it. I mean, this is not a normal, oh, we need a 6% wage increase. This is we actually have to be competitive in the market, and I'm pushing the system to do that. I will need help from you folks. I'll need help from OFM on this. And this is true across the 24/7 facilities. It's particularly acute for nurses. So if you are people in the healthcare world, if you're a nurse at the Department of Veterans Affairs at one of their retirement communities, which are largely centered in Eastern Washington, we're having trouble staffing. She's having trouble staffing those facilities. And that's really dangerous. This is also dangerous. There are things that's something that's very hard for me to do something about. There's other things that we can do stuff about, and we're trying to do some work, and we'll talk about what we can do to make JR a better place to work. So let's go to the next page. Here we have some details about overtime. Often this is forced overtime. See, Echo, our institutions have the biggest challenge. Echo Glen is in King County, competes with King County wages, which I don't know if you noticed are pretty significant. Ridgeview is in Yakima. So again, where it is, Woodinville is in King County. It's in Kirkland. It's not, I guess it's in Woodinville, but it's right on I think about it in Kirkland. It's very close to my house. You can't work at McDonald's there for less than $20 an hour. I mean, with benefits. I mean, you see advertising signs, the fast food places at the mall that's just down the street from that facility. It is very challenging for us on the vacancy front there. And Echo again, rating King County. So let's flip to what we're doing about. I think the top thing is we have to be competitive on compensation. As the system gets smaller, I need fewer staff. It's not linear because there's some like fixed cost of running a system, but I got to pay them enough to deal with the acuity, and I got to have enough that it's a safe environment for kids that have higher acuity of behavior. We need to make sure that our folks see a development path. This is something that we can do something about. Making some structural changes. We're working with corrections. We're trying to get some design into our collective bargaining agreement around, our people go out and get a master's in social work. Do they get a raise? These are similar issues that we have in child welfare. And we'd like people to see pathways like you can if you're a teacher. You know, if you get a master's degree, you're going to get a raise. We want to make sure that there's a pathway here where people can continue to grow in their professional career and we can keep them and they can get paid enough to support a family. There's some supports that we could provide as an agency. You can't do this for the smaller facilities, but for our institutions we're looking at, can we offer childcare? It was one of my observations is that if I've got young women incarcerated there and we could offer mixed childcare for staff and kids of residents, I would love to be able to do that. And then we're implementing a lot of wellness and trauma supports across the system.
That's a good question.
Yep.
So your staff here, and you showed different levels of shortage of staff, 38%, 32%.
Right.
But are all the staff, are all their education levels similar, or is there a difference in different? I mean, you have different people there do different things.
Different people there do different things. If you're the on-site nurse, you have a different education requirement. The education requirements for working in an institution, working at one of the community facilities are pretty similar, and we'll move some staff around. We've been pretty reasonably successful at moving some of our nacelle staff into open positions at ECHO, at some of the community facilities, at Green Hill. Green Hill's closer physically to where they were. I know that we flexed recently. We had a little fire drill out in Eastern Washington, and one of our facilities, I think it was Sunrise, we evacuated everybody on relatively short notice, and fire was 20 miles away. It didn't come, but I did not want to do it in even more shorter notice, and that actually worked pretty well. We pulled the emergency manual off the shelf and let's run the emergency manual. And so we've got staff who can manage that kind of facilities. Actually, was super pleased about that. It makes me think about doing more disaster drills. I've been worried about fires for a long time in Eastern Washington. But yes, we can move people around it. That's not a place where we have as big an education requirement. We're not Jamba Juice though. I mean, you actually got to have a degree to come work for us, right? So let's go to the next slide here. This is too small to read, particularly. What you see here, though, are some detailed reports that we got from the Heiser study several years ago, which we have been incrementally implementing. For those here in the room, the pictures of all the people who are not in the room is blocking you seeing the progress indicators, but we've made progress on some of these things. Many of them are underway. Fixing how we schedule, actually, we think will make a big difference. Moving to 410s is something that we think will improve people's quality of life. We think it will reduce our need for mandatory overtime, which will then reduce our use of other kinds of getting free time. Our staff think it's a good idea. We have some software rolling out. Changing your staffing model at an institution is very challenging, right? Hundreds of employees, you got to have coverage. So we're in the middle of doing that. We're in the middle of trying to make the tools work better for everybody. One of the things that's done in there is staffing levels to meet PREA ratios. Thank you for the legislature for funding that. We've approved a dedicated recruiter for JR. We implemented a new training model, much more detailed training. We were dumping people into jobs. We give them 4 hours of training and put them out on the floor, and that's just not adequate. And so Felice has done a lot of training. If you want to hear about that, you should bring her in, not me. But that's work. Last year, we got the 5% King County increase, which we're excited. The job reclassification stuff is, it's the kind of HR minutia that makes you want to stab your eyes out, but is important to get right. And our staff has been working with OFM to try and make sure we got people classified correctly. We want to make sure that, one, we're consistent with both DOC and with our child welfare folks, so that we don't have perceived unfairness, which there absolutely was when we brought the three agencies together. The adjustment to get JR staff up is one that to the same level as our social service specialist track is one that's going to have to work its way through collective bargaining. It's not a thing I can do on my own. Supervisor training, we haven't started yet. It's a thing that we want to do. but we are creating more capacity for supervisors to supervise and not be also therapy on site. So trying to get that to work to create a little bit more capacity in places so there's a little more flexibility when we are short. And then so the training, the two lines she has there, we're building a training academy. We've done a couple of rounds of it. People like it. We're now making it full time. It was a trial. It worked. We're staffing for it. So it'll take us a while to get the trainer trained up to be able to do that right. But that's an improvement that we can make. As we come out of the pandemic, people have more mental capacity to think about changes that we want to make. So I don't want to dwell on this. If you want to get a detailed dive into Heiser and what we're doing about it, again, we need that Felice come. She's the expert on that. So I think we're doing work here. There's work you don't see in here around wellness. When we have an incident, people have trauma. Our kids have trauma, and so does staff.
Yeah.
You get assaulted. I mean, people want to come right back to work, and I would love to have it built into the sort of infrastructure of employment that we could just grant you a day or two off. And sometimes we manage to do that. I didn't say that out loud, but sometimes we do manage to do that. Some of those things can just be traumatic. Remember, we had an assault a number of years ago. I came in a couple days later because I didn't want to be a distraction as the campus was dealing with it. And the guy that got assaulted was back working. It's like, why are you still here? Like, what do you think? And he was fine, right? A big guy, but not a situation that we want to have. We want to have people have some space to deal with that, and we want to have trouble. You'll see on the next slide, when we get into child welfare, you'll see some of the stuff that we're doing around peer support. We've professionalized our peer support work. Instead, it was all volunteer before, and we started adding in an administrator and really trying to make that be a much more structural thing. So let's go to child welfare. I really hated writing that line, the 2021 highest turnover rate since we started. We made a bunch of changes in the beginning, try and deal with some of the cultural concerns that we had about overuse of employee investigations. There was some concern that some of them might have been retaliation. Some of them might have been. And I know we cut the use of investigations in half and significantly reduced, much more than half, the temporary reassignments to some office that's far from your house to do makeshift work because there's some like fake safety concern. Sometimes we do reassign people because we have a real safety concern, or we have a concern where we're doing an investigation and we need to not have collusion, but it's much less frequent. We shifted that so that any employee investigation that was formally done, we had to approve at headquarters, and that alone cut them in half. And we created an escalation path where if the field staff thought they had an investigation they wanted to do that HR didn't, they could escalate to me. And nobody has done that. So I'm assuming that we've got the balance better, and that my HR staff isn't just denying them randomly. So trying to build these systems is a fascinating thing. So the nature of the work has been hard. In the beginning of the pandemic, we actually saw less child abuse, and less. It is not what I expected. And we expected the level of general trauma and the unemployment that people experienced to play out at the home, like it always does. And it didn't. Like, we just kept waiting for this big surge all over the country. There was no surge.
So do you think that was because people weren't out and our first responders weren't seeing these things, or you think
No, we actually don't think it was a reporting problem. We would have seen that in hospital data. Honestly, what I think it is the money that went out in those initial packages made people's financial lives stable while they worked to try and get back to work. It will be a generation of economists will write PhD theses on this. It's almost a guaranteed basic income experiment. I am not a UBI proponent. I'm open-minded. I'm looking at it. This may be an example that actually worked. We will see. But as the pandemic has gone on and as it's now we're coming out of it, we are seeing more stress in the system. We're getting back to sort of more normal rates. We'll be back up next year to level of intakes that we've historically experienced. I think we were at 115,000 last year, and we were at 120 just before the pandemic. Again, we're happy to do that presentation. That's a different one than what I'm talking about today. But the work during the pandemic has been hard, and the placement exception issue, health stays, has been a pretty significant challenge. So let's go to the next slide here. This is peer support. So what you see is a huge growth in peer support. Now, that is not because the need for peer support exploded. That is because we staffed it, and so people could actually get it. And so, like, you see, oh, people used it when we provided it. The big total people served at the bottom is because we did some work with some larger groups in places where we had significant experiences in one office or another, and we come in and we just do some group work. But the number of staff served, the incidents served at the top is, you can see pretty consistent growth, and that's because we added professional staff to this. This is strictly child welfare. We're providing this in JR as well. I don't know why we don't have ones. I didn't make this slide, but I didn't make any of these slides actually. So I don't have the JR data on that. It's probably smaller. This is a bigger number because the system is bigger. Yeah, I'm not really allowed to make slides anymore.
I can understand that.
It's just terrible. Like, I don't know why. You know, I would, you know, there's all sorts of things I do, but I don't do embossed shadows on charts. So, because I have no idea how. So someone's obviously complaining about my presentation here with the text messages. So let's go move on to that. So this is peer support is one of the things that we're growing because it's been incredibly well received by staff. You see critical incident response. Fatalities are tracking up. We are concerned about fatalities and near fatalities this year. The data set is too small for me to draw conclusions, and I'm not an economist. I mean, I play one on TV, but I'm not one. But I read all these fatalities and near fatality emails as they come in. And man, I'm really glad that I'm not the caseworker that has to go out and respond to a baby that almost dies because they ingest fentanyl pills somehow, right? How does that happen? Or we have toddler-related shootings. I don't know what the response. There are different responses to the two of those, though. I am tempted to provide lock boxes. It's sort of like having that conversation with your teenager about sex. There are thousands of years of experience that telling your teenager not to have sex is not an effective strategy. The fact that we're all still here is probably, an example of that. But providing birth control does in fact reduce births and pregnancies. And maybe we just start handing out lock boxes for people to store their illegal stash in. I worry about the mixed message, but I don't know. I'm actually communicating with HCA and DOH about, all right, is this a good idea? Or is this one of those crazy ideas that the secretary thinks that probably actually is not a good one? We'll see. I don't know. I'd say half my ideas are in the really category. So
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, but fortunately, we have lots of people who are willing to tell me, please stop being an idiot, right? So, and I listen, right? I mean, like, this is stuff I don't know, and I really do want to know. These are the topics we talk about. I don't want to spend forever because I want to make sure we have time for questions. So let's keep going here.
Diane, Dr. Levy has a question.
Dr. Levy.
I can wait to the end if you prefer. What would you prefer?
No, I'd rather you ask me a question.
Jump in. Well,
Yeah.
I'm struck with your thoughts about the whole fentanyl epidemic. I mean, we're just seeing just such a huge number of increases of ODs and near ODs. And that is going to have a traumatic impact on, I would think, your services in all sorts of different ways. So I wondered if you guys have been thinking ahead about, basically what you're talking about now, the stresses in the workforce and the stresses in the system. I think this fentanyl is hitting and it's going to continue to hit. And I just wonder how you interpret that and how that's going to have an impact on your system.
All right, so the AIRS reports, the critical incident reports that I'm seeing are around fentanyl are in a couple categories. One is overdosed teenagers. It's awful. And I think worse is unsafe sleep deaths of infants and toddlers, where you have a parent who is using and rolls over on a child and smothers them. And those seem to be increasing. And again, I'm not the statistician. This is just me, like, I'm reading these things and it seems like more. So we should come talk about that we should have Dr. Ibarra come talk about that, not me, please. But those are concerning. And then we also have the kids experience fentanyl or other opioid sort of byblows, right? They either find a pill on the ground that the dose is enormous for adults, let alone for an infant or a toddler, someone who's close to the ground, short people. Or there's, I honestly, I do not know do they breathe it? And how do they get it in their system? I don't get it.
You just have to touch it. It's transdermal, but
oh my God, really?
Sorry.
Oh, thank you. That's helpful to know.
Depending on how they're using it, this is my understanding. This is not my specialty by any means, but it is a dangerous thing. And I don't mean to disrail your presentation, but I just guess I would think that your group needs to kind of be thinking about this in the future for sure.
So we are doing work on decision packages around, and we have some prevention work around this, around how do we do substance use prevention. I'll tell you one thing, we send youth leaving JR out with training and Narcan. So that we're sending it out into the world, like more, whatever that stuff is. I keep thinking about the scene from Pulp Fiction. It's not, you don't have to drive a big needle into someone's chest, but it's just an inhaler. And hopefully that has an impact. But we have a bunch of prevention work that is not today's talk. I would love to have either Steve come talk about that, or I'm happy to do it, but I have to get all briefed up to make sure I get the details right. We are doing a bunch today. We would like to do more. We are really trying to get ahead of substance affected infants. We remove a lot of infants in this state compared to other states. And we would like to figure out how do we create safety for those kiddos. And we'd like to get pregnant moms who are using or pregnant people who are using into treatment before they give birth so that we don't wind up removing half of those kids. We'd like to not do that. So that's a different talk. But I hear you and I'm worried about it. And our staff are worried about it too. So that's part of our work here. So.
Now we have another question. Lois Martin has a question.
Nice to hear from you, Lois.
You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm double muted. Good afternoon, everyone. So Ross, my question is this, working in early learning and the issues that we have around recruitment and retention. I know for myself, my staff probably average around 13 to 15 years, which is unheard of in early learning. And so one of the things that I have found is just reminding people of the importance of their work and how meaningful it is. And I'm just wondering what DCYF is doing to just remind their field, the staff, the importance of their work and how much they're appreciated and how much that folds into your retention strategy. Because I noticed that the slide before this one, that talked about some of the feedback you received. We didn't talk on it too long, but I think that that might be a starting point. Because one thing I do know about this field or just any of these service fields, it's really about having staff feel that they're appreciated and not always having some more dumped on them and feeling like they're not good enough and it's not enough. So what do you do to ensure that happens? And supervisors, how is that flowing from the top down?
It's a good question, and the answer is probably not enough. And I used to go out and talk to people all the time in offices and travel around and have big meetings with staff and shout and wave my arms and be happy. And I can't do that anymore, or I have not been able to do that for 2.5 years. And I need to go back to doing it. And I'm looking forward to doing that as we move into a much less dangerous phase of this.
But the work has continued and we've all.
I hear you. I'm not the world's touchiest, feeliest human being. I would be better if I was Moorish.
Yeah, but the work has continued, regardless. And so I'm just wondering what the plan is, even for the field, as, folks still had to come in and work. And as Dr. Lee Diane shared about fentanyl and how that's also impacting everything that's happening. So I think that from what the letter that Charles shared during public comment, a lot of it seems to be pay is definitely important. We all want to make sure our field, our folks receive a livable wage, but it seems like the lack of support is the bigger issue. So I know you had mentioned to yourself about being more touchy-feely, but I'm just curious as to what supervisors are doing and what directive is coming from the top down to encourage them to do that.
Thank you for being my straight person today, because that's what this set of slides is, what I'm just about to start talking about. Here we're a little bit about recruitment, but recruitment and retention are very closely related. The child welfare challenge is not so much a recruitment challenge as it is a retention challenge. I would love to not have to recruit all that much. And what we're discovering in child welfare, while compensation really matters, and it matters in a world where there's been more inflation, it matters a lot. I hope, I have no insight into the collective bargaining process at this point, the details of where they are. And if I did, they'd have to shoot me. So I try not to know. But I would expect that you and the legislature, at least, will see a budget this year that while it looks like there's a lot of revenue, you're going to find that in order to retain a quality workforce, both internally and externally for our vendors, our providers, we're going to have to bump up compensation a fair amount. And that is never a thing that the legislature likes doing, because it's hard to write press releases about it. He says from experience. When I led with funding in JR, because I think that really is the issue there, I think it's less of an issue here. It's still an issue. but less, it's not the exploding issue that it is in JR. It's about the nature of the work, and it's about the support that we provide. I talked some about peer support and trying to provide a supportive environment. We shifted our focus. We took one of our most senior regional administrators, Dr. Odimba, and shifted him to work for a temporary project for a year on retention, to try and really work with the field staff, to listen to the concerns the staff have, and to try and really build a support system that enables us to do that. I think some of it is about caseload. I mean, I understand that was in the letter that you heard about at lunchtime, or in your public comment. Looking forward to reading that. When I look at states that have, if you look at New Jersey, for example, they have a guaranteed caseload model. And where they say, here's the maximum caseload you're going to have. And they have much lower turnover than we do. And they pay less than we do in a much higher cost state. So that's kind of like that. That's why I believe that getting the other stuff right is pretty important. But they also have much lower caseloads than we do. And I'm going to come back to that at the end of this about how we are looking at the practice redesign and how we're involving the field staff in that work, because I think that's a big part of how we make the nature of the work better. We built a unit that's focused on crisis response, trauma-informed care, peer support, and employee wellness. I have a lot of notes on this particular page to try and figure out how do we do that? Do we create this unit? What kind of preventative training do we do? How do we do immediate critical incident report? When I talked about wanting to make sure I could, you have a death in your caseload, like we ought to give you some time to process that. And it's scary as hell. We're doing a workload study. And a workload study can be a thing like the Heiser report that gives us a bunch of structural ideas. In this, we're trying to, no, I'm still on the same notes from, here, it isn't here, thank you. You wrote these slides, so you know when I should be switching slides. So the workload study is about $1 million project to really dig into how do we staff? Should we have a higher percentage of our staff overall be case carrying staff, or are we better off having a small cadre of experts in each office to do substance use disorder consulting, to do early childhood consulting? That would lead to slightly higher caseloads. What's the right mix? And we'll do a lot of that work. A lot of that is out in the field talking to people. That will also help us get a handle on ensuring a more consistent staffing model across the state, so that we expect to have results from that in the spring, and relatively quick cycle on this that will inform our next budget ask. We're doing some work around building internal leadership development. This is part of the work, Dr. Odimba's work. The tracking retention. How do we actually go and figure out exactly why each person left? And can we figure out things like when caseload spikes for someone, 3 months later, do they leave? I know Indiana was doing a study on this, and I was interested in the results from it. Actually didn't think they had enough people doing the analysis to get that, but we may be able to get their raw data and do it. Trying to rework the training and the onboarding so people are more prepared when they hit the ground. We've had consistent feedback for years that the training that they get doesn't really prepare them for on the ground experience of doing the work. The one really positive experience that people have had is from the pandemic is we lightened up on when do you have to be in the office. And people can do a lot more telework because we had all these restrictions. You could only have 25% of our normal footprint in the office. So people had to do telework. Yeah, it turns out a lot of that actually works. We do want to make sure we see people on a regular basis because we have a lot of trauma. So I keep looking at that clock, which still has not had its batteries changed since the last
Oh,
time we were in
you were
this
going to
room.
bring one and you forgot.
I know I did.
So did I.
Right, so did you?
Yeah, I did.
All right, oh, well.
Yeah. Next time.
Can you remind me?
Sure.
Thank you. Now it'll happen, right? Now we staffed it. Couple of double A's. I bet I have some out in the car. So the telework has actually been a pretty positive experience. We want to make sure that we ensure that we are seeing the trauma, our secondary trauma, and that our supervisors do have a chance to check in person with staff, but we do not need them sitting at some cubicle writing up their reports. I mean, I can sit at McDonald's and they cannot sit at McDonald's and write the reports. The stuff's pretty secret, but they can sit at their kitchen table and write their reports. So that's been a positive on that. And then, yeah, how we do onboarding is really challenging. I'm looking forward to seeing what Dr. Odimba wants to say. Let's go to the next work on that. Recruiting, can we do better outreach? I see what you, yeah, here. I think I'm actually more interested in retention than I am about outreach and recruiting, frankly. So let's just keep going. There's only so many social workers that get produced every year, and I think we hire a fair percentage of them. And I don't think you can increase that unless you create another university. So this is the stuff. What can we do? Can we change our hiring process? We are changing our hiring process. We're now doing proactive hiring. We're not waiting for a vacancy to appear before we recruit. We're starting to do statistical prediction of vacancies. And it means we'll overstaff some unit for a while because we'll overhire. Oh, well, I'd rather have that problem. And it averages out across the whole system. Every year I'm significantly underspent on staffing costs. If I can be overspent in one office and it's I can't do it forever, but I can do it for a while if we're doing that. And if it enables us to have a smoother staffing model. Yeah. Compensation work, we changed for our supervisors. The supervisor people we have to hold on to. They weren't getting paid when they had to do casework outside. They're on salary, right? So then they were carrying cases because sometimes we'd be overloaded and they weren't getting paid for working overtime. We're at least now paying them straight time when they're working overtime for that. So if they're a lead or they're a supervisor, when we have a shortage because we had a turnover problem, we're also made a sea change in supporting our staff working through their master's social work, their licensing process. Really worked hard to make it so that the work that they do actually counts towards their indentured servitude period and getting those. There's some probably more politically correct term for that, the number of hours that you have to have supervised. But our work now counts, and we're excited about getting our workers licensed as MSWs. I'd love to get that baked into the collective bargaining agreement around comp for that. Because the challenge is I get them licensed and now they have a lot more opportunities to go into private practice, which, I got to grow staff. So we're going to grow staff. If we lose them because they go into private practice, we lose them. But I got to grow them because it's important for them. And that's part of us caring about them and keeping them here. The overall mental health work we're doing across the whole agency. And we're being really proactive about communicating with staff on our retention work. I think we have a lot of work to do with the Alliance on redoing the training, but I don't really want to do that until we get through the new practice model. Next slide. This is stuff I can do. This is stuff that I need a lot of external support for. The hotel stay problem is a problem. The placement crisis we address with our shifting towards being a kin first operation. I think we'll significantly improve that. A number of changes we're making in that space that will make that a lot better. The initial license work that you guys have approved will help a lot with that. The child-specific license that we are rolling out, we've rolled out, allows us to license relatives, even if they have barriers to being a generic foster care license. They meet all of the safety requirements, and I expect to have, we have 900 right now that are either have met all of the licensing requirements for a child-specific license, or we just have to up some of the things, like some of the background checks have expired and we've got to go renew them. I think you'll see almost all of those roll into where we are now providing support for them. That will reduce turnover, placement disruptions, which will smooth that part out. The hotel stay problem, we have created 2 state-run facilities that we have to figure out how we talk to you guys about regularizing that. But when I asked the attorney generals, I have 3 choices. I can either sort of leave kids in the parking lot at night, I can have them in hotels, or I can rent a former clip bed facility and have them stay there, which is less risky. The answer was, oh, that last one. Yeah, do that. And so we've done that. We've opened a facility at Lake Burien in King County, and we are close to opening one, I think next week maybe, in Region 6, where we are using as that interim space between when there's a need for a placement and when we find a placement for an adolescent. Typically an adolescent who has been in hotel stays are young people, not always, but often young people with pretty significant behavioral health challenges. We had an office stay the other day, and the exception made it all the way up to me. We are mostly not doing office stays. The night to night is a similar problem with the hotel stay challenge. The reclassification work is work that I need help from OFM. This is deep in the weeds of how do I make sure that I'm actually rating our field staff in a way that's consistent with other agencies and allows them to be paid enough that I can retain them. There are hazard pay issues that we would like to be able to do. There are recruitment and retention incentives we would like to do. All of this is work that we do not have sort of the financial ability to do. It's like, I live in a rules-based system and I don't get to set these rules. Technology work we will talk about, and sort of making this be ongoing and really be a key focus of our child welfare work is important. So let's go on. I don't want to keep talking about stuff I can't do anything about. The big change that we think that improves the work experience for staff, and I know that we heard from staff about all these new laws that the legislature is passing. Historically, the way that the agency has implemented new laws or new court cases is our headquarters staff got together and decided how it was going to work and wrote a memo. Then they wrote a whole bunch of policy documents, pages and pages of it. My favorite example of this was we actually didn't adopt this, but someone produced 20 pages of new policy on summer camp in the middle of the pandemic. I'm like, really? Like, no. I'm never giving up using that example. It's such a great example of sort of spurious rulemaking. We want to switch to a system that removes fewer children. And we are being successful in doing that, but it's being done in a pretty ad hoc way around the agency. As I've shown you before, that I showed you 2 weeks ago, the decline in the number of kids in care. We've gotten guidance from our external partners that they would like us to do the same thing. You passed 1227, which in about 9 months, we'll radically change the removal standards. For us to implement that, to implement the KW decision, the LCS decision from several weeks ago, the ICWA decisions, 1227, the 1194, was that on visitation? I'm not really good at memorizing these bill numbers. You'd think I would be, but I'm not. And if we did it the way that we historically have done it, yes, in fact, Charles, it would be an enormous pile of new policy documents, many of which would be in conflict with some other policy document, and all of which would be incomprehensible. Like, you just can't, it's a complicated solution to a complex problem that is not well done. So we've been doing this work around the family practice model. We've done 16 co-design sessions with 300 people from the field about how do we really think about communicating what our overall values as an agency are and about how we want to practice. And we're doing this work with Chapin Hall from the University of Chicago, which has done similar work around the country. Our staff love practice profiles as a way to really conceptualize, here's what we're trying to do. Here's the goal of this. Not that here's the 8 million lines of policy you have to follow, but here's what we're trying to do. We're trying to only remove children when they're at imminent risk of physical harm. But if we're concerned about their safety, we're trying to ensure that they're safe with services, with extra eyes on the child. That's the story we're trying to tell. And if we do have to remove a child, the child will be better off with relatives. Incrementing all of that and getting it consistent with the KW could either be an additive process or a redesign. And we're choosing to do a redesign. And we're going to have to roll that out incrementally. We expect the CPS framework to roll out in pieces over the next 9 months, the investigation phase. We're going to shift the way that we analyze potential relative placements earlier. Right now, it takes 31 steps to approve a relative placement. It takes 1 step to approve a foster placement, stranger-based foster care. We're going to reduce the number of steps, and we're going to shift some of that responsibility to licensing staff so that the CPS work isn't hell. And so we're going to have a more collaborative environment in our field staff about that. We're going to walk through our first view of this integrated practice on Monday, actually, internally at one of our leadership meetings. I'm expecting there to be a lot of loose ends. I mean, we are not tight on this yet, and we're going to have a lot of input from field staff on the ground. We will be bringing together field staff, probably mostly at the supervisor level, who have a lot of experience and really know the process well, and licensing staff and services delivery staff into the same room so we can really work out, like, this takes like forever. Why do we do that? Why do we do all those things? And we want to get rid of a bunch of stuff. Change is hard. And this is the change that everyone wanted us to do at the beginning of doing this new agency. And we chose to not both create a new agency and change everything all at the same time. And then we got a pandemic and we changed everything. And now it's mostly changed back. And now we actually have a chance to be intentional about this. I'm pretty excited about it. We'll come give you updates. We can have Regina or someone else can come and talk to you about the practice model. But we have to communicate with the staff about what we're doing differently. And we also have to make sure that we have consistency in practice across the state. So it's a lot of the stuff that we're doing is about how does our quality control on practice work? How do we make sure that more than one person, how do we make sure that all of our family team decision meetings are actually using our evidence-based practice? So the work that we've done from permanency from day one creates practice that people like, but we can't just add it on. So we have to get rid of other stuff. And that's the work that we're doing. I think it will have an impact on retention. It's my intention that it has an impact on retention. We're mostly doing it because we think it's the right thing to do. We think it will improve outcomes for children, and it allows us to be compliant with the infinite wisdom of the legislature as expressed in bills that they keep passing, even though we'd like them to slow down a little bit, and the same from the Supreme Court, which has really moved us in a direction we want to move, mostly. I could just use a little less external stimulus, but we're making progress on that. So I think that is a core part of the work of making child welfare better. Well, that's my last child welfare slide. If people have questions they want on that.
Representative Kagi had her hand up a little bit ago, and I failed to call on her. Did you still have a question?
No, it was about retention. And I'm wondering, when a caseworker experiences a particularly traumatic case, what resources are available to that caseworker in, the majority of offices? What actually happens to support that caseworker and help them get through that?
First line is the supervisor. Because supervisor knows that there's a traumatic case. Without that, people might not know. The rest of your office might not know that some particular bad thing had occurred on your case. We're beefing up the peer support a lot. We're really trying to, with professional staff. I mean, it was originally just done with volunteers. We're now staffing it so that we can roll out sort of more training to our peer support specialists and make sure that they are I don't know how to say this. I don't want it to be a dial a friend experience. That's part of it, is someone who actually knows what you're doing, but we'd also like them to have a model on how they approach the project of providing mental health support for adults. You're in the business of providing support for children. We train you a lot on that. We'd also like you to know how to provide support for staff. And so that's the professionalism and peer support that we've added several staff to that, and more money and more focus on making that really work. And you've seen that we are getting more use out of it. I have in my head that we asked some questions about it of staff and that they liked it, but I can't pull up a detail on that stuff. Can you? One of these slides had a long list of that stuff. Let me go back to here we go. This is the proposal. So those are the two things we have today. We also have, there's support that's available through our sort of employee healthcare systems that is also available to people. That's available to everybody. This is stuff that we're trying to do. The proposal that we're sort of working on is this SEMES unit, which is a safety emergency management employee support unit that will be even more professionalized to go do that. We have not done that yet, but that is a plan that we are working on developing, is trying to address how do we respond when there's a traumatic experience in the field, because it's when, not if. We're not fishing wildlife. This stuff happens all the time. So I'd love to give you a more detailed answer. I think you should have Dr. Odimba come talk to you about that. He's the right guy to talk about what's available to staff, because he's working on trying to make it better. My last bit then, should we go to the next one?
Charles.
Oh, Charles?
On this. Oh, yeah, he does.
I didn't have the slide in here, but yeah, Charles?
Yeah, just to Ruth's question, I was just gonna add, I think you had mentioned, Ross, a little earlier in your presentation, the need to institutionalize and build structure around the peer support. I think one of the big challenges to actually having it happen when there is a critical incident is you've got all these other cases that you still need to do all this work on.
Yep.
You're not, the more time you take to take care of yourself, the more all of those tasks are just building up for when you come back. And your supervisor has also experienced the event that you just did. So having them be the point of contact and the point of responsibility for initiating that, becomes a burden in itself. And so there's, I think we're building opportunities that are available for staff without yet having structure around making sure that those opportunities are usable and realistic.
I would love to do that. I would love to have time where I can say to somebody, I need you to take a couple days. Like, I'm giving you the gift of a couple days off now, like, and having someone cover your caseload. I believe it was pointed out in the presentation 2 weeks ago that recommendation went through in a bill that came out of the legislature, except that the fiscal staff stripped out the actual spending for the unit, for the employees that provide the cover for that in the final steps of doing the budget. And boy, having done that myself 1,000 times, I know how that happens to bills in the legislature, but we got an idea from the legislature without a lot of support, financial support, to actually do it. It's a thing that we are looking at doing, and I urge you to follow up with Joel on can we actually get that done with Dr. Adimba. And I would love to make it happen. It's part of what I would like to see happen, but I'm trying to not have Ross drive what makes employees happy. It doesn't turn out to work super well. I'd rather find out what employees really need. This is a thing we have heard consistently. We have not figured out how to do it yet. I hear you. IT. We talked earlier, we talked about how the sort of nasty technology that our field staff have to use as part of, family gets harder and harder to maintain, and it's less and less attached to the sequence that people actually do their work. Our ability to do IT is a huge challenge, and the pandemic exploded the labor market on this. Our overall vacancy rates on this stuff look like they're in the 15 to 20% range. Yeah, that's sort of true, except it's not really true. What that is, that's the overall mix. We hire people who do phone support. Like, I deleted all my contacts off my phone. Cameron, how do I fix that? Well, Cameron Dooley keeps the secretary's phone running, right? That's one level of staff. And I can hire in that level of staff. It's hard. And this is stuff we could do to make that, like, reduce credentials for some of those jobs. We're actually trying to figure out how do we do an apprenticeship program at Touchstone, which is our JR facility in Olympia. It's like, can we start putting the guys who want to work on this kind of stuff in that place and bring them in? We also would like to make sure that women can do it, so that would require it to be an echo as well. But the real problem that we have, and that every other agency has, is we can't recruit developers and architects. We're at least a 30% vacancy rate. And the average age of our employees here is about 50, is 50, it's not about 50. That's not what a tech company looks like. And so building a pipeline into this, if you're a new tech grad, you get a job, pays a lot more than we do. And I would love to be able to be, I'm never going to be competitive with Amazon tech jobs, right? Or Google, you're going to write, you're going to work on the new cloud infrastructure for Microsoft. We're not hiring those guys. But we do need to hire developers. Even if, so I can't remember how much of what I wanted to put in here wound up in the slides. Now, this is, I have a couple, let's just go through the slides and I'll talk to you about what I can do here. This is a place where I don't have a lot of flexibility to act, but it affects everything that I want to do. So the solution things, we always try and say, here's the challenges, what are the solutions? Go to the next slide. Apprenticeship program, we can do this. The apprenticeship is really into entry-level work, right? Which is great. I want to provide that pathway. You get a young person on that path, we won't see them back in JR. Not likely to solve our developer problem. Make some progress in that direction, but those really actually require 4-year degrees. Compensation is not a thing that I can drive. It's a statewide thing and it's very expensive. It's hard to do for reasons that it's politically complicated. Outsourcing is worse though, right? My alternatives here are I either go to a staffing firm and say, I need somebody to work on FamLink because I lost my FamLink developer, which delayed a whole bunch of projects. So I hired somebody from a vendor to come work for us, and it costs 3 times as much. And it creates dissension in your internal staff because they see this guy just sitting next to them making a ton more money. Or I shift the whole project outside, and then I don't have anybody inside who can actually supervise the vendor. And that is not typically a good outcome. This is the work I used to do back when I was in the business world. You got to have people that are as smart as the vendor, managing the vendor, or you'll be paying a lot of money for a very long time. So this is a structural problem the entire state has. Every state has this problem. Every county, municipality has this problem. The pandemic has made it exponentially worse. Then here's where I'm talking about Lois's challenge. We spend $1 billion a year on services, more than $1.5 billion. Childcare, BRS, all of our services, and BRS can't staff. You've got nursing homes that can't take people out who are backed up at Harborview because they can't staff. You've got, we got to figure out how to run the world so that people who do human services work are not signing up to be in poverty for the rest of their life, because they're looking at it right now and they're saying, now I can't actually say that on TV, but what they're saying, I can't say on TV, and they're walking, they're just saying, I can't do this. And we've got to actually figure out a model where we pay childcare workers what teachers get paid. And that's going to be financially challenging, and it's going to change the subsidy model.
Thank you.
So this is the end of me here.
Yeah. Lois has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I do. I want to go back to Representative Kagi's question. I know you had shared about what you would like to do in those cases when trauma happens to the social workers, but I may have missed it, but I didn't hear what actually happened. And I know for time we're going to be running out, but I think it would be nice to be able to find out exactly how you support staff when they go through trauma, because I'm curious about that as well. So instead of, what you would like to do, what is currently happening now, and then maybe share what you would like to do, because I know that that's an important piece of retention too, that folk know that if a teenager overdoses or someone they're working with, that they'll be able to have time and that there are counselors available and that type of thing there to support them through that trauma.
What I do today is I have peer support. I have the Employee Assistance Program, which is available through our healthcare plan, which is professional counseling. The peer support is becoming more professionalized internally to the agency. And I do not have the ability to lighten up your workload in the short run. I would love, there are offices where we could do that. Many of our offices, we cannot do that. And that is something I would require additional staff to do. What you just got from me is the high level, the 5-sentence summary of that. My suggestion is that you have Dr. Odimba come in, who knows this stuff inside and out, and talk to you about exactly what is the experience that caseworkers have on the ground. What do we think we're providing? Have a caseworker come in and they'll tell you what they actually experience. That's probably better to, if you want to do that, don't have me here. So I would be concerned I would affect what you hear. I'd love to hear what you hear. So bring in a couple caseworkers and have a discussion about what they think they experience, and then have our leadership come in and talk about what we think we're providing. I am not the detail expert on that. I can, you guys asked me to come give the overall slide deck. So that's about the level of depth I can go on your question and former Representative Case's question. All right, so are there other questions?
No, there's more questions. Not at the moment. Are you still?
I have one more slide here. I think that is, you can go to the next one. I mean, again, we created a wellness table. We're really trying to coordinate all this work across the whole agency. I can't talk to you about any outcome from this yet because it just got started, but it's like, we're paying attention to it. This slide basically says we're paying attention to it and we're bringing high-level staff, everybody together to try and figure out what we do here. I wish I had a better answer. I don't, we're working on it. Okay. Some stuff we did worked. Improving peer support, that worked. We'll keep doing it. We got more work to do is what's clear from all of us here. So with that, I'm open to more questions or
any more questions from the board? Senator Warnick.
Thank you, Representative Dent, and it's good to see you, Mr. Hunter. We worked together quite a while ago.
For many years.
For many years. I want to switch topics. If you are finished with your presentation, I have some questions about the report that came out on September 9th regarding Oakley. I know the report
from the ombuds.
It came from the ombuds. I know that. And when all of this legislation came about to create DCYF, to create the ombuds, I was very supportive of all of that. And I'm still supportive, but I feel like we are not doing adequately what we should be doing. And I understand the challenges with workforce. All small business owners, myself included, are facing the same thing as far as lack of workforce. But, and one of the things I really supported with all of this creation of DCYF and the ombudsman was the reunification of families. But my big question about this one, and I know you've been very involved with this report, but why this particular reunification and why now? Why during a time period when we can't follow up adequately, our caseworkers can't follow up with that reunification adequately?
So now let me clarify something you just said. I had nothing to do with the ombuds report. I specifically, I mean, I knew he got asked to do it, but I went out of my way to not talk to the ombuds about that report. He has full access to the electronic equipment, to all of the records. He has full access to interview caseworkers, and I wanted to have zero appearance of influence on the work that he did. I did not talk to him about the case. I did not ask him about the case. That's his opinion. His opinion was that we followed the law in doing the casework on that. And my experience with Patrick has been that when he sees a problem, he calls it. we get a steady stream of cases that he investigates where he has findings. He sends them to us, we respond. Sometimes he repeals his finding, not very often, but sometimes. We make changes as a result of what he finds. We don't have that on this particular case. I mean, you should interpret his letter the way that you interpret his letter. It's from him, not from me.
Okay.
And the first 2 pages of his letter are a recapitulation of the security of the privacy rights in this case, about why the agency is prohibited from speaking in public about this case. There are very narrow exceptions on when we can talk about a specific case in public, and this one does not meet those exceptions. So the thing that I said in a half-hour interview on Fox is over and over again, and I'll say here is, I can't comment on specific cases unless they meet the exceptions in the law that the legislature passes about what cases we can talk about. So I can't talk about this specific case in public. And I have not done so. I think in fact, the interviewer on that interview basically said, well, you know, we had you here X number of years ago to talk about a case. And I said, what did I say? He said, about the same thing. I said, yeah, that's what the law allows me to say in those cases. So I'm trying, I would love to be as transparent as I can be about these cases. I also really think it's important for me to follow the law in what I do say. And we're being very careful about that in all the cases that we do, but particularly in this one.
Well, I understand that. I understand the need to protect the privacy. But after reading this report, and I get that, Ross, what you're saying about your agency versus the ombuds, but I still question why the steps were taken during a pandemic when you were shorthanded, why those steps were taken, and why we're protecting adults but not this child. And do you know if law enforcement is still investigating this case?
I think that's a question you should ask law enforcement. I believe that they are, however. In fact, I'm quite sure that they are.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I just, you were sitting there. I thought, I got to ask these questions because I just got the report. And so.
I'm happy to have you ask the question. But I'm going to give you the same answer. It's, you know, it's not a super fun answer to give people, right? Yeah. But you know, when you're a legislator, you're kind of a free agent, right? And you know, you get leaned on by your caucus to do one thing or the other thing, but you get separately elected, and you know, you can do some stuff that gets you unelected, but that's up to you. In this case, I live in a world where I have a lot of laws that constrain the behavior of the agency, and I'm trying pretty hard to be compliant.
Okay, understand.
I have a question from Charles.
Yeah, thank you. And back to the retention piece, and thank you, Ross, for your presentation today and all the answers you've given so far. One of the things that I did want to ask about was, I know earlier on in the creation of the agency, there was a lot of conversation about, I guess, bridging the divide from headquarters and strategy to field. And there was conversation about like being really intentional about the communication there. And then you kind of mentioned it earlier today, talking about not wanting to just throw out memos with new practices and new policies. I'm wondering, what is the current status of like that intentionality these days. Because just a few weeks ago, I received a memo with a new practice I'd never knew was coming. And
Which one was this? It wasn't the summer camp one, was it?
No, this was the guardianship shift, and I'm on this board, and I'm a little more plugged in, I think, than the average line worker, and that still caught me on surprise.
Yeah, I like the idea of how we do that stuff. We instituted a policy freeze recently, a month ago, because we're trying to change this sort of, you get these big memos that come down, and it's the responsibility of field staff to figure out how to integrate some new memo into their workflow. The work that Regina's been doing with the practice model work, all those co-design sessions with staff, that's what we're trying to move to a model of. Yeah, we got about 2,500 child welfare staff out in the field, so we're not going to talk to every single one on every single bit of policy. But people in the field know a lot more about what actually works and what doesn't work, about how to make it happen than we do. So we're trying to push that to be more bottoms up. We're going to have policy, but we should have a lot less. When I talked to Steve Grilly, he says they have about 100 pages, drives their whole policy in Philadelphia. Like, okay, like we got a lot more than that. And that's a work that our policy staff are doing. Jennifer Williams is working with Natalie's team, with the child welfare field people, to try and really make sure that we don't have a pattern of writing this stuff that's incomprehensible, but trying to. So did you participate in any of Regina's co-design sessions?
Yeah, I found out about them here, and then I started tuning in.
What do you think of it?
I thought they were really interesting. As a field staff, it's exciting to talk about new things. And then it's like, oh, this is maybe going to happen a couple years from now, kind of thing.
So I can't have a thing that maybe happens a couple years from now, because things that maybe happen a couple years from now don't happen, because there's always some emergency in between. So we're trying to use the changes that we have to make in the meantime around all of the relative placement work, the active efforts work, the definition of Indian children work, the KW 1227, to focus that work into the CPS investigation phase. We'll then have to do it sequentially after that for some other phase of the work. I mean, we can't do all of it all at once, which I think is what Regina wanted to do. I'm not enthused about that approach. I think we actually have to show you on the ground that we're making the change. I am looking forward to seeing sort of what people think the overall framework of what is compliant with all these changes. On Monday, as we see it, like an integrated look at this, but we're going to have to involve field staff in developing the details of it, or it won't work. And we're going to have to do rollouts that way too, because I don't have time on this stuff to do our normal, go write a whole bunch of stuff and then send it to the Alliance and have them do whatever they do, and then do a bunch of mind-numbing online training sessions. I mean, we're going to have to do live training and really involve our supervisors over the next 9 to 12 months as we roll out the changes around kinship in particular. So you like what Regina's doing. Let's help me force that to be the model of how we roll out practice change in the state.
So thank you, Russ. So we're right up against our 2 o'clock cutoff. Representative Sen, I had a couple questions too, and it would be okay if you and I could hold our questions or maybe ask them electronically. I'd appreciate your support on that. And so for the board, this has been an excellent meeting. Thank you for everyone's participation. We're going to schedule a meeting in October for the first review of our Oversight Board annual report. And I think that we're going to have a few additional questions for the Secretary Hunter that we didn't get to today. And then we will meet again on November 17th to hold co-chair elections for of the 23-24 term.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. I'm asking the board, we've heard a lot of information here today. It's been an excellent meeting, and if you could provide feedback to Krista, and so we can see kind of what you're thinking, if you have some more ideas, and good, bad, or indifferent, I would eagerly anticipate reading your responses, because I think there's just been some great stuff, and from Ross as well. And I know that Secretary Hunter likes to read back, and I know that he listens, and let's give him something to listen to more back than so he knows. And I have some questions for him that I'm gonna ask, but we're out of time, and I don't want to ask everybody to stay longer. So appreciate everybody's attention. I've been watching the screen here, and everybody's really been focused on what we've been hearing. And Ross, thank you so much for
Right.
coming.
And Charles has been really focused with that same grin he's got.
I know.
He's held that grin the whole meeting.
I know he has.
And
I know he
Thomas held that microphone up the whole time. It's
Well, I
really
know
cool.
her arm's got to be tired,
Yeah.
you know? So, but look at me, I've been holding my hat up the whole time.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Ross.
Good to see you.
Appreciate you. Okay. With that, we'll adjourn the meeting.
I'm nominating you to chair.